Want your best. Shake hands and come out boxing. Good luck.
Burt right now is sweating. The other guy's got no sweat on the wall.
This is round one, scheduled for 12 for the World Championship.
I mean,
World
this fight,
Boxing Organization title.
This fight's not going to go 12, I'll tell you that much.
There's Burt Cooper pouring inside him.
He's got him.
Oh, he stunned Moore. He stunned him. He stunned him.
No.
There he's down.
Michael Moore is hurt right now.
I should have reversed that question. Can Burt Cooper stun Moore? There's Burt. Ran out of wind there for a moment.
There. Oh, what did I tell you? I told you Moore is capable of knocking him out. He's got no legs under him right now. Watch Moore come out. Watch Moore come out and finish him.
There's Moore.
There goes that body punching. That's where he's got to finish him off and then come back with the right hook. That's what he's going to do. That right hook.
And Moore
can't get careless. He's got to go that body with this guy here.
10 seconds.
And then come back with the right hook.
Oh, here's Burt Cooper. Moore getting tagged.
Well, it's like I said, Dick. I mean, you saw there was no sweat on Michael Moore. I think Michael Moore didn't warm up in the dressing room, and I think the other guy did warm up.
You made a very good point. Now let's keep going in round one here. Now here's Burt going down. This is round two, scheduled for 12, if it even goes that far. Both fighters down in the first round. Burt Cooper looked to be gone late in the first round, but he revived himself. Here he comes. He's got Moore in the corner, sort of leaning on each other. Both trying to deliver inside. There's a right, two rights, three rights from Cooper. He goes to the body, comes up to the head. Allegedly, Don King is threatening him. And Michael Moore will have to go to court in July on an aggravated assault. He and Moore were having some problems, but apparently they got it straightened out.
Well, yeah, and you got Tony Ayala in the corner right now. He works for the front fighters. He's doing it wrong.
There's a right hand, and
that's what I'm saying.
That's
what happened when he fought Evander Holyfield. That's why I had to get on Evander, that he had to move with this guy. And moving.
Well, Lou, let me ask you this. Why would a world-ranked heavyweight fighting for a world title have the sense to do that? I mean,
I personally think that Moore is hurt.
Ugly looking cut over his right eye. And I think Moore sensing that. So here comes Cooper.
Yep.
First round, and Moore down in this round. In the closing seconds of round three. And again. Really showed guts and heart by hanging in there. Here we are, Lou, in the same place we were the last couple of rounds. Both guys on the ropes. Moore leaning on the ropes. And Burt likes this.
He's also got Burt Cooper hurt right now.
He just landed a good uppercut, and here's Burt coming right back.
But watch Moore come right back, too.
And both fighters now a bit winded in the closing seconds of round four as they just kind of maul each other.
What Moore should be doing right now is get him in the center of the ring. I mean, where he doesn't have to go take those air shots. See, he's punching real well right now.
There's a right hand from Burt.
See, he's giving him room. He's giving him punching room. Okay? And he's got no place to go. See that jab? He's got a hell of a jab. He should be using that in the center of the ring.
Well, he's all bunched up.
Yeah.
Weaving a little bit, ducking and weaving. Comes in with an uppercut that's partially blocked. There's Moore now with a left hand.
Now watch. Now he's got him up against the rope. Watch him. Oh, what'd I tell you? There it goes.
Puts him down, and it's going to be tough getting up.
No, this is all over. This is all over. All right? Let's have the referee.
Let's see what Joe O'Neill does. Stops
the fight. Stops the fight. He's hurt. He did the right thing.
So Burt Cooper, here we go again from the overhead camera, Lou.
Yep.
We'll see the upper. Very crisp punches.
Good sharp combinations over there. Let me tell you something. Moore is the #1 heavyweight contender at this point over here. So I don't think there's anybody out there.
And now, the WBO heavyweight champion of the world,
Michael Moore, the former light heavyweight World Boxing Organization champion who defended that title 9 times.
that Riddick Bowe has a 5-year age advantage, a 2.5-inch height advantage. He's 29 pounds heavier as opposed to 30 pounds heavier a year ago. And a 3.5-inch reach advantage over...
now, Eddie, I want to tell you, if he goes right here, I'm not going to call it low. That's going to be all right. Fair enough? All right, now, this is with the champ. Any questions from the champion? Let's get it on.
One thing I got to tell you that's a pleasure for me about this, as Bowe comes Holyfield with George Foreman, a heavyweight champion, all the action so far, and there's a hard right.
Bowe should never try to waste that kind of energy on a fighter like Evander. Don't want that in a young fighter.
They had him a right to the chest. Bowe lands.
Riddick Bowe's Ferguson thing gave him a false sense of security. You talk about clean living. He's eating a lot of...
Let's see where early on Bowe thought he had him hurt. What Bowe is trying to do is to let Holyfield know he's not going to let him box. And he thought he had him hurt here, and he came out to put some...
Got his balance real good.
George, they used the in-swell under both of Bowe's eyes between rounds.
Holyfield has got the fight in his hand. Who's first, and then he retreats.
For Riddick Bowe,
setting things up for a good right hand. He's jabbing to the body to get this guy conscious of a body punch, and he's in...
Flush for Holyfield, and now Bowe tries to show him.
Bowe should just stick on his feet a little too much. He should try to disrupt that.
Out by Bowe. Excellent right. Jab, pawing with the jab now. Assertive in round 3. We're getting to double up.
Combination fight of the two.
He's doing a lot of head hunting.
Yeah.
Right hand by Bowe. Biggest punch of the fight.
Now here's where Bowe will complain of a thumb. Also, if you may recall, in the first. Later in the round, some good inside shots by Bowe.
Clowning I told you about.
Holyfield start. Remember,
with a real Olympic champion, you just can't clown with certain guys. Bowe.
He is susceptible to that uppercut, George.
That's right. That's the bread and butter punch for Riddick Bowe, is that uppercut.
Has too many weapons inside.
And not only that, as he leads, I think Riddick Bowe is anything but polished. He hasn't thrown one good...
Baby blood beginning to emerge from Bowe's left eye. Holyfield lands a right on the target. And a left hand for Holyfield. And they swing and swing after the bell. And look at this.
Well, this is either the end of the 4th round or the start of the 5th.
Take your pick.
I've never seen so many blows landed after a bell. Have you, George?
Not many, but most were all big around the midsection.
As he tried to target the cut. There he lands a right hand.
Muhammad Ali, I wasn't in shape, but I said I can whip this. Hurt. He is hurt.
Oh, he's hurt.
Stuns Bowe again.
Holyfield took his time before he carried the fight to Bowe, hoping that Bowe...
You got to be real careful now. Well, he just hit a lot himself. Boom.
Great combination by Holyfield and other figures over here. All the difficulty he suffered at the hands of Frank Bruno.
That's true.
Now he's getting a... It's that way again. Right hand for Holyfield. Stuns Bowe, and Bowe comes back fighting this time and lands a right hand on Holyfield's chin.
He hits him with a good right hand, and
somebody in a parachute has just landed on the edge of the ring, has been pulled away by security guards. The fight has been brought to a halt. There's a massive melee at ringside as this fellow with a motorized parachute has landed right on top of... Parachutist landed, you'll see. There he is, entering at the left side. And you see people backing away and trying to avoid the capsule and the motorized contraption attached to it. Here's a look at him much earlier this evening. In and out, as you can see here. And there it is. He targeted the ring and came right down.
What charges, I wonder?
What charges?
Yeah.
A look at how the melee was brought under control eventually by Las Vegas police. Only after they're the ones who informed Riddick Bowe that his wife Judy had fainted. Later they told him that she was okay. It's been closed.
And the cold weather assists that. Once you start, it's hard to bleed in the cold weather.
You say, George, he's a more as they finish out Rouch, the sharper of the two. He's still the same 246 pounds. Hard left hook.
Bad mistake.
Hard right hand inside by Bowe. To the side
out of the way. Don't sit and assess your damage.
But this time in closing again from above the left eye and bound to affect the vision in the left eye. And Holyfield. Right hand. Right combination by Evander. And 3 more shots. And Bowe comes back with a...
Fell in love with Holyfield last time because of the courage he showed in defeat. His first love with him because of the courage and the skill he has shown.
Kind of desperate that
it's a hard right hand, and
I heard him and get it out of the way.
Holyfield staying in, becoming a target. The left hook by Bowe, maybe the first time in the fight. Warrior's heart, Warrior.
Falls forward 1-6.
Right hand by Holyfield inside, rocks Bowe back. But against the major power of Riddick Bowe, that uppercut, and knocking Bowe's...
All right, I think Holyfield senses that he has the fight in his hands and is on the defensive. And he's going at him. He's not going to give it. Feels comfortable inside now, George. You just saw the mouthpiece flying out.
When Riddick called him his followers a knockout in this fight. Now Holyfield believes in it. Seconds to go in the 11th.
He got him again.
Here we see Evander Holyfield. Conventional wisdom.
105, 104, 6 rounds to 5, Evander Holyfield.
1974, lost to Titus. Now Evander Holyfield, Spoon, Ali, and Patterson as he's never cruised through a round in his life.
Understand, you can lose a fight waiting.
Riddick's got a huge chance here, and he right hand by rises to its feet. For the 2nd year in a row, they fought the fight of the year.
He's the bigger in the heart. That right hand that he waited too long for, he after the bell was. Good right hand again. Bowe was waiting, throwing shots.
And now, with the crowd still wobbly and shaking off the effects from that stunning event when the parachutist landed on the apron, with the 2 fighters reeling from the battle in
Heavyweight champion of the world from Atlanta, Georgia, Evander Holyfield.
He won it.
Shake hands, back in your corners, shake hands with your toe. And shake hands, all right?
Well, they shake hands reluctantly.
Listen, just a minute, all right? Don't give me no shit, all right?
Oh, Mickey Van. Oh, big sharp jab from Lennox Lewis early on, thrown with great hand speed.
He's landed it, snapping out very well. He's moving around as well.
The faster start, and there Lewis just slipping and losing his footing a moment. From Bruno there. There's no doubt about it, Bruno.
Doing it sensibly behind a good jab.
Lewis does have these periods in fights where he just seems to switch off and not do a lot.
He's using a good defense and keeping pretty elusive. Good shots from Bruno.
And the left hook from Bruno with good hand speed. 2 more jabs, chance of Bruno, ring around Cardiff Arms Park. He catches Lewis again, optimistic signs. for Bruno. And the two of them there clubbing away, and Mickey Van trying to get in.
Fucking disgrace. Don't give me no shit, either of you, right? Because I don't mind taking points off any of you.
There are too many. Lewis needing to just maybe reimpose himself in this round and starting fast.
Yes, I think he's been told that in the corner. He's been told he's got to...
That's a good overhand right from Bruno. Did Lewis take that? He looks in a spot of bother.
Bruno's getting the success because he's using his strength, he's forcing the fight, and he's using a very good jab.
There's a slightly worried look on Lewis's face at the moment. Fascinating stuff after the midnight hour in Cardiff. Now Lewis has been told by the corner, it's quite clear, to get working behind his jab more.
Well, that was a key thing that he had to do.
And this is a good performance from him so far.
So far, very good performance. But the big bombs are coming in from both men now.
Here's a punch profile so far quickly for you. Lewis 49, Bruno 52. Oh, that's good from Lewis. 2 jabs. That really was a classy burst from the champion, but he needs more of that. And every time he does land, Bruno takes the shots and comes back. This shows every signs of developing into the toughest fight of Lennox Lewis's life.
Because this has been fought at a terrific pace. Good shots from Lewis, beautiful jab.
Lewis just upping the pace a bit. He's done that twice in this round. Double jab, then overhand right hand. Moving towards the halfway point here. And Lewis, his left eye is just beginning to swell up a bit as well. They've both taken an awful lot of jabs. Lewis, you get the impression, is looking to up the pace.
A furious start of this round. And Lewis is really letting the big shots go. Big right hand to the body he threw.
There's a little bit of blood around Lewis's face. There's been a relentlessness about Frank Bruno in this fight, though.
It is. He's been non-stop. He's been walking forward behind that jab all the time. And I think that by pushing Lennox Lewis back, it's kept him off balance.
Back about him.
That's right. Well, he started to get that bounce in his step, and he started to come forward and push Bruno back.
Bruno is so hungry for this, and he's making Lewis work so very, very hard. So far, we've got Lewis landing 84 punches and Bruno 83. We have an expert counting the punches as they're landed.
The one thing's for sure, this certainly is a great heavyweight title fight.
Look at Bruno here, coming up with a left hook, catches him, and Bruno was hurt by that. And now Lewis is looking to close in to finish this, and Bruno is in trouble. Bruno is in big trouble. And Lewis carries on a relentless assault here, pouring on the punishment. These are bad moments for Frank Bruno. Right uppercut, and I think Mickey Bowe's going to stop it. Or is he? He's called off the assault. Well, that was a contentious incident in the fight. I thought for a moment there he was stopping that right uppercut. Lewis here, and Bruno is on the verge of going. He won't take a lot more, and this time it is stopped, and Lennox Lewis is still the WBC heavyweight champion of the world. But Frank Bruno put up such a brave, courageous performance. He was right in the fight until that moment when Lewis turned on the class and finished the job in clinical fashion. Now here we are. Let's have a look at it. Bruno.
That's where Frank's got the success, and there it is, right on the chin.
That was the one. Look at his legs doing a silly dance. Lewis here, look, he's just picking the punches. Oh, that right uppercut. That really was the telling final blow. And there was no way back from there. No way at all. You may be watching the last moments in the career of one of Britain's most popular fighters.
But you've got to give all respect to him. He put up a marvellous performance. He was so focused. He really went for it. And if this is his swan song, then he did a great job, and it's a great fight to go out on. He showed nothing but courage. But Lennox Lewis, in the end of the day, a fabulous performance.
The way he finished the job was quite brilliant, Lewis. But take your hat off too to Frank Bruno.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute 10 seconds of the 7th round, the referee has stopped the contest. The undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis!
If you ask me, there's too many firecrackers.
All right, we're going to get out of trouble.
It's called overconfident. He never would have gotten out there with a fighter like that he feared and overwhelmed him in the first round.
BC title, the man, the taller of the two, Lennox Lewis, the champion, making his 4th defense of the title he won in perhaps some controversial circumstances, but he's defended successfully 3 times. And Oliver, the atomic Bowe McCall, who's in the black trunks with the gold trim down the side, is expected to be a very worthy challenger. Lewis coming in at exactly 17 stones, and McCall 16.5 stones and just about a quarter of a pound. And Lewis, some 3 inches taller, has a considerable reach advantage, but McCall has been in with a lot of very good opponents, including Tony Tucker, the man against whom Lewis made his very first defense in Las Vegas in May of 1993. The last time Lewis was in this ring was to defeat Gary Mason for the British and European heavyweight titles. Gary Mason somewhere at ringside making his comeback and wondering, will he ever get to fight at this level again, and will indeed he ever get to fight Lennox Lewis? So the taller champion, Lewis, and he really needs a big win. He's not still terribly highly rated by pundits across the pond in the United States of America, whereas Oliver McCall certainly is rated as #1 challenger by the 3 major governing bodies of world boxing: the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF. And the man who was the former sparring partner for Mike Tyson, Oliver McCall, relatively unknown in this country, is expected to give Lennox Lewis a very hard fight, and if he rips in any more right hands like that to the body of Lewis, then those predictions will be completely correct. Lewis tends to start very tentatively. He did just that in his last title defense against Phil Jackson in Atlantic City in May of this year, before getting to grips with the challenger then and winning the fight in the 8th round. He does throw a very good right hand, Oliver McCall, and Lewis will have to watch that. He tends to drop his left occasionally. Lewis trying to work behind the jab. That's rather wild by McCall. Perhaps wishes to pressurize the champion to get the fight over with as early as possible. McCall very heavily muscled, very strong, and reckons he's in the best condition of his life. Good right hand, a good slicing right by the champion. And that's the first sign we've seen of that strong punch by Lewis. Well, what an opening first round. An interesting first round with both men letting a little bit go from the armory, but there's plenty more still there, one suspects. And Lewis working again behind that jab. He's got very fast hands for a big man, very athletic. Atomic Bowe McCall, the 29-year-old from Chicago, has stopped Lennox Lewis, the WBC heavyweight champion of the world, in the 2nd round. McCall says, "I told you so, I told you so," reminiscent of Muhammad Ali 3 decades ago. And Oliver McCall and his entourage cannot simply believe it themselves. It was a right hand delivered with startling ferocity and startling speed, and Lennox Lewis dropped the left almost imperceptibly and walked straight onto the classic sucker punch. And look at the difference in the 2 corners.
When Herbie Hyde came face to face with Michael Bent for the cameras, it suddenly became crash, bang, wallop, what a photograph.
Come what, man? What?
Easy, man. Come on. Stop. Break up, man. Hey. Right, go. Come on. Hey. Come on, break it up. Break it up. Come back. Break it up. Break it up. Come on. All right, okay.
Your blood, your bad, man. Your bad, no blood clot, sir. Blood clot, you man. Well, you're mad, no bomber clot.
Come here.
Blood clot.
Shake hands, guys. Come on.
You're mad.
All right. Leave it.
Hit me first. Good? Yeah. What's fun to hit me? Come on. Try some nuts.
Calm down. Calm down.
Just hit me. I was putting the picture.
Herbie Hyde's shoulder just popped. You might have heard him scream.
I think he is saying that Michael Bent bit him on the shoulder.
That may be. I think that's exactly right.
Remember when Jumbo Cummings did that? I think it was Joe Frazier. Somebody bit him on the shoulder. We don't know if this is true, but that's what Hyde is claiming.
I think it is, yeah, actually, because they wouldn't stop if his shoulder popped.
That was a warning for holding on to the rope by Herbie Hyde. And he gave him extra leverage to go to the left hook. Let me tell you something about Herbie. He knows every trick. Every single trick. We saw him hold and hit. We've seen him use the rope. He's a clever guy in there. Meanwhile, that jab just keeps on coming.
So we're in the corner of Herbie Hyde now, and you see that foil product. It's not all tin foil. It keeps the heat in. Came in here with a good idea, and he's executing it perfectly.
He is boxing so superbly, using the jab, using enough movement to keep Bent in trouble. And let's see if we can see where Michael Bent maybe bit him.
And he screamed, you can see.
Wow. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Not from a reverse angle. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. There is no question about that. Wow. Well, I guess that would be the sign of a fighter that's a little desperate.
That's a sign of a fighter who's bitten off a little more than he can chew. And we're getting a little lecture here from Paul Thomas.
Now, I know that people complain about the food when they come over here in London, but that's a little ridiculous.
It's just as tough, though.
Yeah.
Total punches in round number 6, and it's just more of the same. Look at Michael Bent only threw 15 punches out.
I tell you, this is as one-sided a match as you could imagine, and much more one-sided than we would have expected either way. And if it was going to be one-sided, we thought it would be an early knockout by one or the other.
And yet an admirable performance, very admirable performance for Herbie Hyde.
Point out too that the only time he's gone 10 rounds, the distance, this is a 12 round of course, was against Everett Bigfoot Martin last year. Mostly he gets guys out of there early, but he looks like a guy that's used to boxing like this.
Yeah, he really does. And the other thing that I really liked about him is he didn't waste a lot of punches. He knew when Bent was hurt, and that's when he went after him, and he knew when he wasn't quite ready to go, and he utilized his punches very well. Paul Thomas, the referee, has had numerous discussions with the fighters and numerous warnings, and yet has shown, I think, a proper amount of restraint.
Yeah, there was a point where it could have taken points away from Hyde for holding, but he decided not to do so. And the biting thing, I don't even want to get into. Just don't want to deal with it.
Good right hand again from Hyde, and another right hand behind it, and Bent holds on. He just caught Bent off balance with that right hand.
The number of punches Michael Bent is throwing is astonishingly low. Only 15 in the last round. In this round, he's not going to be much over that if he gets to that point.
And another warning, this one's for a low blow.
It's minor compared to some of the other stuff that's going on in this ring. And I'll tell you what, considering the amount of body punches he's come close to landing, Michael Bent, it's not a significant point. But the Herbie Hyde jab is, I mean, he is all...
Good right hand, right on the button, down goes Bent. I mean, he went down from a crashing punch.
You don't usually go down face first and get up, but he did.
It's over, all over. Now a dramatic win for Herbie Hyde.
He got up, but not in time. Unbelievable. That is as definitive a win as anyone could ever want. Hey, the Brits have another title holder, even if it is the WBO.
And you got to take him seriously.
And you know why? As you looked at a disappointed Michael Bent, for this man, Herbie Hyde, the reason you have to take him seriously is the way he won. He showed the kinds of boxing skills that could beat some other heavyweights. He boxed his way to a victory and showed enough power in the process. And boy, is he basking in the glory now.
As well he should. Give him his moment.
There was enough rancor to go around before this fight happened. Michael Bent postured for him before the fight, but it's Herbie Hyde who gets the victory.
Boy, it was convincing from the first round.
Well, they didn't know Herbie Hyde before this fight. Very few people did. They do now. And for those that will denigrate the victory and say, well, Michael Bent just got lucky against Tommy Morrison, I say to them, he won his way to this fight by beating all the fringe heavyweights he was supposed to beat, and now he beat a guy who beat a guy in Tommy Morrison.
Absolutely. Family and friends gathering with Herbie Hyde. The crowd was really bipartisan in this fight, too.
In many respects. But I think they erupted when Herbie Hyde scored that shocking knockout. He is now their own, originally from Nigeria. This 22-year-old has a shot at making some major things happen for himself.
Really does. Michael Bent trying to get to Herbie Hyde now, and there they do, and traditional. Another look.
Here's how it ended. The right hand really stunned him. And then that and the hook sent him straight down, face down to the canvas. Amazingly, Bent did get up, but did not quite beat the 10 count. Now, he fainted with the jab. And what made all this possible, Barry, is the fact that he had landed so many jabs before this. So when he fainted with that jab, he froze Bent, and then he nailed him with the right hand.
Well, and you're right, too. You just don't see fighters go face down. I mean, that just doesn't happen.
And when they do, they usually stay there. And he did for the count. From yet another angle, the feint with the jab, hurt with the right hand, and then this second right will really get the job done.
Perfect. Well, that's as complete a performance as you're going to see in the heavyweight division, in any division for that matter.
He did very little wrong in this fight, Herbie Hyde, and Michael Bent, unfortunately, did not do many things right.
Take a look at the total punches thrown, and it tells you really everything you need to know about the fight.
A 67% landing rate, and it's not Bent at 45. That's respectable. He just didn't throw enough.
And the total jabs in the fight, again, no contest.
That's really the story. If you're going to land that kind of jab, those numbers of jabs from the outside, and Michael Bent is going to land so many fewer jabs. That's his game, to land that jab.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2 minutes, 50 seconds of round 7, 5 pounds out, the winner and the new WBO heavyweight champion of the world, Herbie Hyde.
He is a happy man, and he has every reason in the world to be. It was a complete victory for Herbie Hyde, who keeps his record perfect, wears a championship belt, and now looks forward to a very big payday somewhere down the road. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't bet against him. We'll be back.
boss man in here. Shake hands, good luck.
Jim, both fighters' best punch is their jab. Foreman's left jab, and
in that round were landed by the champion.
Trying to get those ponderous fists on Moore. He hits it with a straight right hand. But we have to remember, Gil, that he hit Tommy Morrison with clean punches.
Moore so far prefers throwing the right hand to the left.
now Michael is moving to his right the way I really think.
This is early in the... All right, here you see Moore coming on as the round moves on. He's starting to give George a beating.
And in the last bout against Morrison, as we told you, he showed a left hook and an uppercut.
The short neck, hard to get in punches around. Whenever my wife see guys with necks like that.
Mercer, a hard punch. Lewis threw a lot of jabs in round one. 40.
Towel guy to bob and weave.
And there he brought himself down into range for Mercer's right hand.
And as you can see, you give the other guy courage. Body back up to the head, but do not give you Mercer any courage. Mercer's strategy should be to stay close, win point.
We have the same score, Harold.
Good combination by Lewis. Mercer momentarily. Another terrific combination at close range by Lewis. Mercer holds his arms back as if to say, I'm not hurt. I'm not sure I believe it. And now Mercer. And we think the trickle of blood from Ray Mercer's lower lip may have begun. If so, I would have to guess it was one of those uppercuts that started it. Mercer landing a short right hand inside as he holds on to Lewis, and now Lewis is hurt by the right hand. Lennox not holding on. Mercer pounds away. And a great right uppercut by Lewis, and Mercer comes back.
Lewis, in this round, I'm beginning to think maybe you can turn a soprano into a tenor.
In every fight, Mercer's pattern is that he loses focus and begins
that he might be encouraged to stay with it.
He's stuck with the game plan so far.
Body punches against a puncher. That's the only way to sap his energy.
Look how easily Mercer pops him in the face with the jab. Mercer landed a hard right hand counter, and Lewis is momentarily stunned again.
Remember, Lewis knows how to fight like... Whatever he does, he can turn this fight around. It's equal right now. It's an even match.
Mercer again with a right hand counter inside. Came back with a counter of his own.
Mercer got hurt that time, and Lewis was out of position to take advantage of it.
And I still don't think Lennox realizes. Good footwork, good combinations, and Lewis suddenly has Mercer in trouble. Missed with the right.
They have won the round with this exchange in the last 15 seconds. Straight right, good fight.
To catch up on point.
Have a full understanding of that and the tactical will to make it stick.
Mercer starting to use feint.
With Ray Mercer. Short.
If you just put them in front of you, he will not do anything.
That's it. Trading uppercuts at close range. Both men landed. Hard right hand by Lewis.
Larry Merchant said something very important. Lewis is just not accustomed to throwing. The Lennox Lewis right hand. He's been waiting.
If this decision goes,
Jim, 5 rounds to 4.
He could handle Lewis.
He hasn't had a lot of energy in this round. He's been throwing, but Lewis has been landing. Hard right hand for Mercer. Crowd rises in anticipation of the possible upset. Lewis knocked off balance by a left hand.
Right. 94 for the winner on a split decision.
Lennox.
This hatred comes from '87 during the Pan American Games, when he started with the same talk as he did for this fight. The old hatred I have bottled up, that fury from the past has surfaced again and is directed towards Riddick Bowe.
You think the counter-punching style could really operate to Gonzalez's advantage? Hard right hand by Bowe. Gonzalez wobbled into the ropes. Riddick working inside where he wants to be. According to Jorge Luis Gonzalez, whoever knocked him down. But he's on the verge of going down right now. And there's a hard right by Gonzalez, but Bowe comes right through it.
Wasted a lot of energy and didn't get a finish. Now Gonzalez backs up, uses left jab, invites Bowe to come on in. Pretty soon you're going to see Bowe tremble a little bit with right hand.
Dealing out a lot of punishment. He's making, in your view, mental errors that could hurt him later on.
That's true. You don't follow a punch and then you don't let a puncher. See, he's holding him by the head. Once you throw hard shots, it takes all your juice out of your legs.
Bowe still doing most of the damage in these exchanges and landing at close range. It's deteriorating into a brawl. Heavyweight title.
Gonzalez, he's weathered the storm. His jab is working now. If he doesn't get too overconfident, an excellent job of spinning.
Bowe with a hard right hand.
Knowing he's living the punishment, it's hard to turn him out.
Good straight left hand by Bowe. Gonzalez having some difficulty now. And Bowe landing constantly.
Good left jab.
Bowe landing at will. Another landslide scoring round for Bowe. And Gonzalez is taking quite a pounding. Throws very few punches in return. Bowe risking disqualification there, and that was a stupid move. Starting to come to life a little bit in round 5. Round 4 was dreadful for him. Bowe landed 53 punches. For that right hand, he takes another right hand shot, wobbles away. Lane looking closely. That looks like a big advantage.
Ooh, another right
There it goes. That should do it. That's the first time Gonzalez has been down as a pro. 6. And if he gets up from this, he fools me. Now Mills Lane doesn't bother to complete the count. Another terrific right hand shot for Riddick Bowe.
At home, they'll always remember wherever there's a lot of smoke,
there's
a whole lot more smoke.
Lean a little bit forward and just take it.
He's had just too many of them all night.
And still, WBO World Heavyweight Champion, Riddick Big Daddy.
No matter what happens, obey my commands. Good luck to you both.
Of a major fight several years ago was against Lennox Lewis. I was going to remind people of the nice uppercut by Ruddick. Oh, there goes Morrison! He leaned in and got whacked with an uppercut. Will Morrison box? Is there room to box? No, he's going to go after Razor Ruddick.
Well, based on the early results to this point, Ruddick did not parlay. Terrific uppercut that was. He got himself room. About to launch into it.
The hook block by Morrison. Ruddick has done a nice defensive job. Good combinations by Morrison. It's Ruddick using the jab sparingly. Razor Ruddick is not a guy that throws a lot of punches. There's the uppercut landing, but this time Morrison absorbs the punch.
But he still paid for it.
Oh, he hurt Ruddick with a right uppercut. Razor Ruddick got rocked by the same punch to knock Morrison down. Lifted, give him a standing 8 count. It just seemed like Morrison had a big advantage there that they took away from him. Tommy Morrison Morrison hurts Ruddock, but that counts as a knockdown because of the timing. And eliminates the possibility of Morrison knocking him out. The only reason why I was critical there of Ron Lipton, who, by the way, is a very, very good referee. Take a look at that knockdown.
Now Morrison starts with the uppercut. Tremendous shot. He set Ruddock up for it, then drives it back. Now watch Ruddock's glove. He holds on to the ring for support. It's a quick call. Quick call there, but when a fighter does hold on for support.
Tommy Morrison, the hand speed. Oh, big hook by Ruddock, and he lands an uppercut. Now remember against Ray Mercer,
Ruddock stood up after that one.
Razor Ruddock not only stood up, he took a little walk in his corner.
Maybe he wanted to clear his head.
Another right uppercut in the third round. I now say, folks, who's going to get tired? Because both men are showing some signs of it here. Good left hook at the end of that round.
Razor Ruddock and then go to the body as he does there.
When he starts to the body and then, boy, he took some punishment.
Now, a moment ago, Ruddock had Tommy Morrison right in front of him and did not fire the uppercut. Now he gets it in. Ruddock really does it. Morrison should use it.
Good uppercut from Morrison. Comes back in the hook. He's got Ruddock hurt. He hurt him with the left hook. Razor Ruddock is hurt now. Good body combinations by Morrison. But Ruddock is talking to him. He's moving and boxing as he did against George Foreman. But oh my, he took a big left hook. Well, they say that was low.
He should milk this.
And that he is. Pretty potent body punches though in the last round or two. Now he is forcing Morrison back. That uppercut may have stunned Morrison.
Tommy Morrison got hurt by the right hand. He couldn't bring his jab back. Neither one is confident that they would get the decision or that the fight will go all the way.
But Ruddock landing some big shots here in this round. Morrison has forgotten what works for him, and that is go to the body and then throw combinations. He's unable to do that. Big hook by Ruddock. Big round for Razor Ruddock. Morrison with a hook at the bell and Ruddock with a hook at the bell. There's a hook by Ruddock and he may have hurt Morrison. Big left hook! Don't Razor Ruddock! From nowhere came the hook that we have not seen for rounds. Can Morrison put him down again? Both men have been guilty of that. How about Ruddock getting up? What does Morrison have left?
That's a lot of time for Ruddock to kill here. He needs to buy about 10 more seconds, and it's a long one. He will not do it.
Oh my, it's over. Toward the end of the round, Ron Lipton says, I have seen enough.
Morrison's terrific left hook. And you are going to see it. My goodness. Lands all that. Ruddock hits the canvas. It was a big shot. Now we get into the subjective calls here. The standing in. Now Ruddock is taking quite a pounding here late in the round. So Ron Lipton comes in. Ruddock doesn't have that much time to kill, but he doesn't tie Tommy Morrison up. So Moore comes in here. That big left hook snapping back the head is what did it.
Either fighter is in trouble and you do not want me to stop the bout, you must show me clearly that you can and want to continue.
In the early going here, I think Holyfield looks pretty good.
Well, that's important, John, because to 240 at the early stages of training camp, and then he came in at what looks to be a very good other corner, Tommy Brooks, alongside Don Turner in the corner of Evander Holyfield. With Marion Wilson. Prior to that, he had the rematch with Jesse Ferguson.
It's the only way that he's going to get him tired.
Good work from Ray Mercer there.
Let him go! He's answering back with his own jab to slow him down.
Does so there, and a right hand by Mercer to close out the second round. Feels he needs this to remain among the heavyweight contenders. Right hand after the double jab. There's a nice right hand to the body after the jab. by Ray Mercer when Holyfield went to lift his left hand. Picks up here in the final minute of this third round.
The exchanges. And the Holyfield's countering pretty well, while Ray seems to be aggressive in spots like this. Both, I think Holyfield's looking to counter off his own jabs and off of Ray's aggression. Ray's got to back Holyfield up a little bit, put some pressure on his heart.
What an exchange here in round 4. Both men willing to trade.
Into Evander's chest and his chin and forced him to back up. But right now he's only making contact.
The midsection, he had success with that earlier. Upstairs does Ray Mercer. Once again with the right hand.
Robinson used to do. He used to throw good shots at his opponent's heart.
Holyfield caught him with a right hand. There's the jab that opens up a combination from Mercer.
He'll go at this pace 100 rounds. He'll do it. Ray's got to bite down. He's got to dig down here and push Evander back and make Evander work.
Good lead right hand from Mercer.
Effect on Holyfield's conditioning.
I think that's very sound analysis.
Oh, very likely, but the last 4 rounds are going to be huge. Should settle down and pump his own jab.
Nice sharp, short left hand by Holyfield as Mercer. Very close fight here.
Now that's the worst thing. Ray can't stop there and give Evander confidence, because as long as he's moving, taking little steps and letting his hands go, he's running it. But now he's letting Evander back in.
Holyfield on the offensive attack for a moment, and then 3 consecutive right hands. Top of Holyfield. And now the referee, Ron Lipton. Blood is definitely going into the eye, but they're going to let it go where he wants him.
He's definitely keeping him off balance.
Holyfield with the right hand.
You can't wait on the ropes with Evander. Evander will definitely come back.
Good left hook.
Here it comes.
Oh, and the effects of that left hook looked like Mercer kind of just took it. So around that, Mercer was winning. Holyfield is going to take with ease. Mercer down for the first time in his career. John, watch for the left hook here. How'd he pull it off?
He just caught him coming in. He does what Evander did what he does. He lets his hands go when you're aggressive with him without the jab.
Fight could have been called, was the best wake-up call of all for Holyfield.
Right, it's very realistic when the doctor comes in and they tell you to dig down, and he's definitely got a renewed sense of urgency. If anything, Ray seems to be a little unsure. He's trying to get a new punching angle every few seconds.
Left hook again comes in from Holyfield. One of the greatest rounds in heavyweight boxing history in Bowe Holyfield.
Sense of urgency here. I would feel like he's probably a little bit behind, especially with the knockdown. He feels like he's in control. He doesn't really need to get desperate or anything like that, because he's not. Ray should be a little bit desperate.
Mercer falls in with a right hand and then brings down Holyfield. Holyfield, he hears that 10-second clap, and it's like an alarm going off for him. Good finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecards. Gene Williams scores the bout 95-94. Eva Shane has it 97-92. And Eugene Grant scores it 96-93 for the winner by unanimous decision. The Warrior has returned. The winner, Evander
What an important win for Evander Holyfield.
All right, shake hands. Good luck to both of you.
Bowe. Holyfield answers with a counter left.
hold the head, man. Don't hold the head.
Holyfield and George between rounds. You heard Eddie Futch saying to Bowe, don't wait on him. Now the right hand sharper by Bowe, and that one lands. And now Bowe gets in an uppercut.
George, that seems like the last place he should be.
Yeah, he's in there with a bigger guy, and he shouldn't let this guy wear him down with that extra weight. So this is not good tactics on this.
Straight right hand. Not a lot of snap behind it for Bowe, but the left hook inside is good. Holyfield with the right.
Have to move this time. Riddick Bowe is not expelling and using that jab to keep a guy moving. Standing there.
So effective moving in and out in the second bout is now staying inside.
First uppercut.
Another uppercut by Bowe. Snaps Holyfield's head back. Holyfield with some of medicine for Riddick.
Holyfield is walking into this big man and absorbing punishment.
Hard right hand. Choosing his spots judiciously and landing at a higher rate. Hard right hand by Bowe. Begin round 4, trading shots in the middle of the ring. Crowd rises as Holyfield seems to stun Bowe with a left hook. Uppercut lands.
Riddick Bowe trying to recuperate and get his air back together. Let me tell you, he's not recuperating in the old Evander Holyfield. Taking too much time.
10 or 12 rows, what's going on?
Bowe landed a straight right. Holyfield came back with a counter left. To use an old expression, he just looked all stove in between rounds.
Harold Letterman, quickly, can you give us your scorecard?
Larry to Evander Holyfield on a jib, but Riddick Bowe's dominated ever since. I thought he really hurt Evander with a right hand in the 4th round.
It's not looking good. Talk about the healing he received. If I'm in Holyfield's corner, I'll throw in the towel.
Low blow. Litvomansky, State Athletic Commission doctor, is sitting in Holyfield's corner. Holyfield taking a couple of heavy shots.
Holyfield is really hurting. He looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah, but
now Holyfield comes back with a right hand.
Who claim it was misdiagnosed.
Hard right hand by Holyfield.
Here he is.
If Evander can find him, he might finish it. Left hook that did the damage. Evander Holyfield, not known as a knockout puncher, trying to finish the big man here. And now Holyfield seems to have run out of gas. And maybe even to turn it around the way Holyfield did on him in round 10 of the first fight. Here comes Bowe. Seconds left in round 6. Holyfield mounts an attack again. Bowe can't seem to stop the left hand.
Down goes Bowe. An amazing turnabout.
Holyfield in round 6 landed 30 of 41 punches, and most of them were power shots. Uppercut trade again. Both men finding some of the snap in their punches in this last minute of round 7. Throughout the second of their 3 fights, Evander Holyfield effectively stole rounds by flurrying in the last 30 seconds.
And less is more.
Care to explain? You just don't feel as though you should comment on what you're watching? Is that it?
Point. Larry, I gave Evander an extra point in round 6 for the knockdown, but I still scored that other in round 5, 9-9. I scored it even. I'll tell you, this is tremendous stuff.
Hard right hand inside by Holyfield, and now down goes Evander.
A right hand
by Bowe.
A right hand. Wonderful. Terrific.
Third knockdown of Holyfield's career. Here comes the fourth, and that's it.
That's it. What a fight. Once again, they even exceed the highest expectations we had.
And we'll take another look at the end of the fight. There's the hard right hand that Holyfield landed in there, and then the right hand by Bowe, and down went Holyfield. I'm not even sure Riddick knew that he had landed that hard a shot. That was the first knockdown. And another look at the first knockdown. George, this short right.
That's the right. The right.
Evander would make it up from that one. Eventually he did, and referee Joe Cortez let him come back across the ring, and that's all it took to put the finishing touches on the knockout.
And now reigns supreme as the best heavyweight in the world, Riddick Big Daddy Bowe!
Thank you, man. We love you, man. I'm going to destroy him. I'm going to demolish him. I'm going to box him, and then I'm going to punch him, and then I'm going to punish him. And then after the fight, I'm going to help him up and congratulate him for a good fight.
Pressure any longer. Here's Evander coming in, and the head just winds up slamming into Mike's eye, and unfortunately it's a cut already. Wasn't a big deal, but I'm sure he didn't mean it, but his head was down. Another look at Evander. He just kind of dives. There it is, right there. Puts his head down and comes straight in and hits Mike right in the corner of his right eye. Bad luck.
Dr. Ira Froggy telling Tyson he's fine, but that may be wishful thinking. But before the bell for round 3, Tyson comes out fast but forgot his mouthpiece.
He's anxious to get this on. I think he's blown the first 2 rounds, and he better get started.
Round 2 very bad for Tyson with that bad cut. Pushed away by Holyfield. It's showing his strength. A sense of urgency here by Mike Tyson.
And that's the old Tyson we know.
That's the Mike Tyson that came. That's the Mike Tyson that needed to come.
A ferocious Mike Tyson.
There you see Evander put that arm around Mike's left hook arm again. Walking him off. Doesn't want to get hit with that bomb on the inside.
Ooh, a low blow by Holyfield with the left hook. Bill's leg gives him an airfall. Back comes Tyson on the bell. Tyson with a short left hook to the head of Holyfield. And Mike Tyson to the head of Holyfield, a straight right.
Left hook got his attention, then he came back with a nice 1-2, a left hook in the right hand, and Holyfield looked like he was stunned.
Well, what a chin by Holyfield.
Good stiff jab.
That's the jab Mike didn't have in the first fight.
He's got a bloody right ear. Holyfield bit by a dirty Mike Tyson.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Well, first he had a parachute drop on him, now he had a heavyweight bind him.
I was angry that he was butting my head. He kept butting me and he cut my head the first fight with headbutts and he did it again. And I was just enraged. It doesn't make no excuse for what happened, but I was just enraged and I wanted to inflict so much pain on him. This stuff, and I was just pissed off that he was such a great fighter too, and I was just pissed off. I wanted to just beat him up. I was just mad at him. Yeah.
Lost him 2 points. 2 points. 2 points off here. He bit his ear. 2 points off. 2.
And you believe this?
Oh, but this is getting stranger and stranger. We're getting to see strange things happen in boxing.
We disqualified today.
We go back to the change of referees.
I wonder how this would have played in the Chopper's eyes.
Oh my goodness.
That's a thought, Bobby. You got a big, tough judge here.
Major controversy here in round 3. A very angry Evander Holyfield now. A left hook.
You know what's funny? Mike was having his best friend.
Mike Tyson has Evander Holyfield for the second time and he's all out for.
I saw that one. That one's right clear. It's a miracle he didn't get bit back.
I'll tell you what, this is unbelievable.
Two looks at that one, at that Mike. Now here's the Mike. Keep your eye on Mike. See, Mike has just, look at him. You can see it. You can see it. There it is.
Let me set this up. Evander is out promoting his hot sauce.
Yeah, hot sauce. You should have gave me some hot sauce when I bit his ear because it tastes like ass, you know what I mean? No, I'm sorry.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, fellas. They're going in real slow motion. Mike gets in a headlock. And look at this. He just reaches in and bites him.
It's over. It's over. During that replay, Bill's Lane signaling that it's over. I think they've just about had enough. Tyson showing desperation and fighting Holyfield 2 times.
Why did you stop? How many times you want him to get bit? There's a goddamn limit to everything, you know, including bites.
Well,
that's why.
Now, Tyson's camp will say that the headbutts were
All bullshit. The headbutt, unintentional butt. The headbutt was an unintentional butt, and I called his butt.
Much as you can, because you will see it. Now you see he's got his hand, he's got it right there. He's got his mouth on. See it? See it? It's a shark bite right there. That is incredible. It's look at the reaction again from Holyfield. He can't believe it. He got the second one on the other side.
You know what? If I were Evander, I would have kicked him. I don't know what held him back. Let's look at it again. Watch, Mike. Come inside. This is the second bite of the round. Right on Evander's ear.
It's like Dracula time. I've never seen anything like this in boxing.
I can feel the vibe, the energy's not good, but I always want to just shake his hand.
And what would you say? What do you want to say to him?
I just wanted to apologize. It's because I've known him for such a long time, and I just I'm disciplined. I'm in a very competitive move. I wanted so desperately to beat him on my own self-grandizement, and I was just upset. Yeah.
Upset. So what do you want to say to him? Because you told me that you told the world last week that
apology was not sincere.
No, but what I just want to say, and I just want the world to know that, you know, no one, people who love me don't have to say Evander, this guy, that guy. This is a beautiful guy. Me and this guy both come from basically the sewage, and we watched each other grow to become established and esteemed fighters, you know what I mean? And I just want to know, it's just been a pleasure, affable, right, being acquainted with you.
Okay.
You know?
He's clear. Let's go over to Jim Gray.
Steve, thank you very much. I have Mills Lane. Mills, why did you stop the fight? Because of the first fight on the air or the second?
The second one. The first one was a foul. It took 2 points. The doctor said he could continue. So then it continued. And he beat him on the other ear. I told him, I said, one more time like that, that's it. You're gone. I told them both. Knocked the rough stuff up. And he bit him again. I said, that's it. You're gone.
As Holyfield leaves the ring, the condition of the ear, could he have continued? And did you disqualify him because of the foul or because he couldn't continue?
Oh, no. I disqualified Tyson for the second foul. I told him, do not do that again. If you do, you're gone.
So he could have continued. The physical condition of Evander Holyfield was such a view that he could have continued had he not disqualified Tyson.
Well, I didn't ask the doctor. I never reached that point. I wasn't going to ask the doctor. That wasn't a question. That kind of foul, I mean, you got to take a position sometime, somewhere. That was it.
Pandemonium breaking out here as Mike Tyson is leaving the ring, and we'll continue with Mills Lang. As you see people getting knocked over, our camera goes down. Mills, let me continue here. Mike Tyson's people and Tyson are going to say, I'm sure you didn't call a foul on the headbutt, which caused the eye, and this could have been a retaliation by Tyson.
I called it a butt.
But you didn't take a point.
An unintentional butt, you don't take a point. An unintentional butt, unless it's occurred the second time. An unintentional butt, if he fight stop, you go to the scorecards after 4 rounds. There's a difference between an unintentional butt and a bite.
Do you feel as though that's what Tyson was doing, however, that he was retaliating?
I do not know. You'll have to ask him. I don't speculate. I do not know the answer to that.
Obviously, disappointment. Mills, got to be disappointing for you to have it come to a conclusion like this as well.
You know, you play the hand you dealt and do the best you can with the cards. That's all I can tell you.
All right, Mills Lane, thank you for your time. Let's send it back now to Steve Albert.
We're trying to get an interview with Evander Holyfield. Love to hear his reaction. Why should Holyfield even ever have to fight Tyson again after this terrible display by Mike Tyson?
Bowe's punch. Hasn't been in with anybody like this.
Get dirty and make it a free-for-all. That's the only way it can become a rough. Then Bowe is going to be out of his house.
Jabbing him. Now Bowe lands the left that feints and holds back the right hand. Now a quick combination inside by Riddick. He seems to shed a little of the 8 months worth of ring rust.
This fight and win it big.
Bowe lands a hard left hand inside. Good short left hook. Comes back with the right. Galata lands a left hook. Waistline. Kelly's watching upstairs to see if Bowe holds and hits. Now Kelly comes back and tells Galata.
The fight may go 12 rounds. You get in your body punches. He's the only fighter that never developed his skill to the fullest potential.
Good left hook by Bowe. Galata comes back with a couple of heavy shots in this round. And there's another one as he gets the left hook in inside. Galata's dropping the right hand and creating opportunities for Bowe this second round. Crowd lights up as Galata lands a combo. Bowe's wobbled.
This big guy, Galata, is a good athlete.
Well, if you had to guess right now, action slowing in round 3. Galata comes out of the clinch with a left hook.
Round after round with that kind of experienced fighter.
Galata with a solid low blow. Round 3 comes to a close. Certainly not overwhelmed by the occasion, at least not so far. Bowe slapping and trying to land a right. Galata blocked that one.
And here's the Polish fighter coming back from a right hand with his own good right hand and a big left hand.
And hope that he tries to pace himself.
So you no longer think that he has to jab with him.
Well, he's already deserted that
many years, and he's looking to catch him with that left hook again.
Hard left, hard right. Bowe wobbles into the corner.
He looks like he's breathing hard inside.
It takes a lot of confidence to put out that much punching power. Tenure to do it.
You saw Galata measure Bowe for the right hand and then missed it. Another low blow. This is a bad one. And Wayne Kelly is going to have to give Bowe a timeout. There it is. George, can Bowe come back from that?
Well, Bowe never should have laid all the way down like that.
Less than 3 minutes of his allotted 5.
Hurt Bowe within the rules with those kind of punches. And that one especially.
Doesn't give him a good shot.
Oh, he just landed a dynamite combination.
Every time side of him. He's not open for that uppercut.
Saw Bowe make a half-hearted effort to the right up against the ropes. Galata rocks him again with the right hand. And a left. And another left up top. And the crowd is oohing and eyeing at the work that's being done on Riddick 2 months ago. Lennox Lewis came in here with a big showcase against Ray Mercer. Right now, Bowe's in pretty much the same position that Lewis found himself in through most of that fight. And the 6th stanza right here. This Galata is no stiff in there. He's an athlete.
Otherwise, his body is right there for this Galata to hit him.
Galata lands another left hook inside. Bowe tries to come over the top. Galata goes back to the body. He's done too little of that in this round. Galata starting to fall in love with his ability to hammer Bowe up. That's the second point deducted from the scorecards against Galata.
Can't seem to take one of Galata's double jabs. As soon as he double jabs it, Bowe stands still.
Galata right on the belt line with that right hand, and Kelly was watching. There's a left right on the belt line. Galata's going to have to be careful about this stuff. Bowe landed an uppercut. And now he's going to talk to Bowe about holding and hitting. The best heavyweight active in the division. Giant right hand over the top by Galata again.
All because Riddick Bowe is standing still. Underestimate throws the combination, but things go good for him.
He's just hammering Bowe in close. Just hammering it. There was another low blow. Down goes Bowe, and that's it.
That's it. Great.
It's a disqualification.
It's time to someone that understands that you're going to have to keep the rules in this business.
And now there's a fight in the ring that's been started by some of Bowe's handlers who went after Lou Duva, and somebody's going to get hurt in there. Lou Duva's in trouble. Lou Duva's in trouble on the ring mat. Duva's being taken out on a gurney right now. Impossible to imagine what's going to be done to restore order here, but right now there are no police in sight.
But your fighter clearly was in the wrong for landing so many low blows. Don't you agree?
Bowe was in the wrong too for landing behind the head and landing low blows. I'm not going to argue who started it. I'm not saying it's right. It happened, but this is a disgrace.
Have a good clean fight. Let's touch gloves.
Tactical impression. There is no immediate firestorm here.
Riddick Bowe is going down, even trying to throw a right hand to the body.
And there's a vicious left jab.
Beginning of the old stuff. Riddick Bowe want to stay.
Hard power punches from Galata. As calm as an assassin as he steps back in.
And his first punch is to the body.
Now a right hand for Bowe as he finds himself a little bit, but Galata wobbles him again. Galata again to the body. Hard right hand shot, and another. Bowe's taking a vicious storm of punishment. He's not really sure what he's doing in there.
I think he's taking a hit, but he's taking a point away from Galata.
Back to the body.
10 seconds left in the round.
George above the ear.
He came back with that left hook, which he so often does.
It was a lost cause. Is he?
Experience.
One thing is for sure, George, as Bowe lands another Now he's starting to blink, and no question.
I'm in control.
Hard left hand by Golota. Bowe lands a right. They fire away at each other. Gone on this evening, but now he's back in it big time. And Golota stumbles. Andrew Golota's never been knocked down, but he will be in a few seconds if this keeps up.
Well, let's see if Golota has the stuff that Bowe had when he came back.
Bowe landed a vicious right-hand uppercut, the kind that he couldn't land in the first fight.
Only Golota is
Low blows by Golota, and Eddie Cotton will pull him away. Excuse me, George.
That's the first one. You're right. It's time to warn him.
A fighter who simply cannot stop himself from throwing low blows.
Let's watch the knockdown. Good right uppercut seemed to do the most damage. That hurt Golota. He's trying to hang in.
As you point out, George, he's breathing hard and looks exhausted.
Control. The next thing you know, you're out of control.
Hard shots by Golota. Bowe is wasted again. That's a knockdown with the left that would have done it. Right hand lands for Golota. No room for Bowe to fall, holding him up.
He's flirting with being disqualified, and he doesn't have to do it like that.
Bowe is already reeling around the ring, and the punch again on the top of the head, and here will come the knockdown. And this is the end of the round.
Stands in front of the menacing Golota. Eddie Cotton's going to warn Golota for rabbit punching. Flirting with disaster again. Bowe lands that long right hand. Just to be standing up in there, Riddick Bowe is showing a powerful...
Golota seems to sense there's no power on Riddick Bowe's right hand anymore.
That's got it. How much of this can Bowe take? Right hand and then a left too as Golota backed away, but basically this is target practice for Golota. Hard right hand by Bowe. If this fight goes 10 rounds, that'll be the biggest upset since Holyfield over Tyson. And there it is again.
I don't think that Riddick Bowe has another haymaker in his bag.
Bowe's 29. Hard right hand. Golota 8-2. But comes back with a brutal shot.
Riddick Bowe went downstairs this time, maybe accidentally, maybe not.
And Golota was right there on the belt line. He's landed the left cross twice out of the southpaw stance. Now as he sets to punch.
35 pounds.
Bowe still got some quickness.
Yeah, but he's knocking himself out with those big right hands when he...
Golota's doing right to measure Riddick Bowe.
George, he doesn't dare. Golota slips as he tries to throw there. And just pops Bowe with a couple little shots inside. And lands. Counter right landed for Bowe.
Bloody, sweaty, hurt.
This is the pain.
Semi-conscious.
Low blows, and down goes Bowe again.
Yeah, that's it.
And Cotton is not thinking disqualification.
He's calling the fight over.
That's it.
He's calling the
thinking disqualification.
He's disqualified Golota again.
Golota may be the best fighter in the world today who can't win a fight honestly.
The winner by disqualification, Riddick Big Daddy Bowe.
Should note here that it's a very small ring for big guys especially.
With a big guy, how big they are, you got to throw punches at all times.
Favor Lewis and his harder punching if he can be aggressive. And he's Foreman or Sonny Liston.
Lewis trying to
which is his key to winning the fight.
Got to forget about throwing a right hand and left hook and stick with the left hand.
And it certainly is striking to see.
Take your time, set everything up by and what you can do.
Urged by his corner, hand by Lewis. He expected Akinwande to wrap him in a bear hug, and Akinwande has proven true to form.
Hey, knock it off. Look, I'm going to chase you. You can do better than that, you understand? Hey, grab it. Come on.
Two Bowe constrictors.
Punch the guy, wait for him to hug. When he lets go, punch him again, wait for him to hug.
You know when I
Why exert? Akinwande landed
Flashed a good uppercut.
Push him away.
So good quick jab by Akinwande lands there. His balance seems to desert him. And now Akinwande is beginning to get into the fight. If he can curb.
After a couple of rounds, you're the one in danger of getting tired.
A heavyweight title fight in there.
Seen, but it could have been. I mean, I don't know what that is, George. What is it?
Oh, it's right on top of the thing else. Evidently, he's not a short puncher, so when he's close, all he can do to protect himself is to hold.
Now Akinwande begins to express its position, and so by extension,
Bowe, when the Matador is sticking that thing over his neck, and he's being held like that, eventually things.
4 rounds, Henry Akinwande has thrown 95 punches. That's a total of 23 per round, or an average of 23 per round. We saw a heavyweight round.
There's some good advice. Stay short.
3 rounds, he's out of here.
There, mix in between those two big guys.
Time. You tell him next time he's gone, okay? You tell him.
Hey, Henry, he's getting ready to disqualify you.
You need to fight.
He just don't have any other defense. That's all there is to it.
With room between him and his opponents.
Garden. 4 months later, Atlantic City Convention Center. Galata.
It's the end of the fight. We've had another disqualification.
WBC heavyweight champion of the world.
Of wisdom, and as round 2 begins, we're joined at ringside by the world heavyweight co-champion. If
he gets bored on a fight and has nothing to do, hopefully he's saving his right hand for those times, because he will need it tonight at that point.
This really shows you what a specific art boxing is. I mean, the athletic cap
makes him second guess himself.
It's a really good point, Roy. And it seems now
he's slacked and punching. You see that?
Yeah, Briggs has abandoned the style that he used in the first round.
Go.
Here's George patiently stalking Briggs. A left that was short.
This round, but Foreman's been landing the jab at about a 70%. This sport is easy if you have a jab.
Very easy if you have a jab. Oh, Shannon's starting to feel real bad now. And the crowd is not helping him in. Oh, good shot. There's that semi uppercut I'm talking about right there, Larry.
There's a hard right hand by Briggs as he suddenly comes out of his doldrums.
Yeah, but this is sort of like the last thing once.
Hard right hand by Briggs. Every time Briggs seizes momentum for 5 or 10 seconds, George claims it. Briggs getting a couple of open shots and taking them. Foreman lands that right across the top. Did you? I'm not surprised. Harold Letterman, how'd you score the first 4 rounds?
Jim, 3 rounds to 1, 39-37. Big George Foreman. He just keeps walking him down, and wrapping him with that.
Long haul.
Yeah, it does. But he's a younger fighter. And if he wants to win this fight, he has to stand up under that.
He is submitting, giving in, but he found something in that last round. Let's see if he can exploit it.
If he continues to do that right here, every round he starts out.
This showed Foreman attempting only 21 punches. Here's a hard right hand across the top by Foreman. Briggs shakes his head, but that part.
He landed. Then he won that also. He certainly lost the 6th round. I'm talking about Foreman. But he just keeps walking him down and wrapping him with the harder shots. I think he's winning the fight.
He's winning the 8th round. That much I can tell you. The best defense, particularly against a fighter like Foreman, is a good offense.
The best defense, period, in my case, I think, is a good offense.
Hard right hand.
At least that's what my dad taught me.
And he taught you well.
That was the hardest punch of the fight for George, or that he just doesn't have any more movement.
So much energy in rounds 5 and 6.
Yeah, but he can slip the punches. He's in there. Oh, good shot by Briggs. Now, that was smart.
Left hook to the body, down low. Very
smart
good
shot.
Hard right hand across the top for Foreman. Round 8, the biggest crowd pleaser of the bout.
Take a look at that flurry of punches from George. A combination, a left with a right behind it. A half hook behind that. Old George is like an old lion who can still mangle you if he catches you. Asthma. I think his concern was he never raised it before. Why would you raise it after you lose it?
But I know a few guys like that now.
Foreman crunching Briggs inside with a left hook. They trade body shots in close. And Briggs punctuates the exchange with a right cross. So Foreman chases him across the ring and lands his own right cross.
And I'm going to tell you something. Oh, Shannon is in George.
Career has been built. Larry Merchant, take us through the replays of Foreman's jabs.
You know, George, this was almost a non-existent punch for George in his first career. It's the punch that has sustained his second career. This is a medley of jabs. And he's not just touching Briggs.
Round TKO over Valdez in his last bout. Briggs lands a right hand across the top. He had a big rally in round 9 of the Valdez fight. Let's see if he's got something saved for rounds 10, 11, and 12 here.
Now that called.
The second round knockout. Totally one-sided affair. The two had dominated with body punching. He knocked Lally down 5 times.
Oh, that was a good body shot by Shannon.
Hard right hand to the body. Sets up a combination up top. Foreman.
Right hand. Body shot. That one stopped Briggs. Hurt him. Briggs came right back. Took that idea and then popped George on top of his head.
If Shannon is a gambler, he just rolled himself a hard 10. Now he has 2 more to go and he'll be all right.
Good job. Shannon Briggs, round 10, landing 28 out of 44 punches, 64%. 20 of those.
If he wins this fight.
Well, I see a little bit of it because he's taking some good punches tonight. He's showing some good angles. He's throwing some pretty good punches.
Harold become the oldest man ever to win it, as he was the night he knocked out Muro. Shannon Briggs, probably behind on the scorecards, probably needs a knock.
Good 1-2 call.
Hasn't had a knockout since the Muro fight. Maybe he doesn't need knockouts to keep winning at this stage of his career.
All right, stop punch, stop punch, stop punch. Come on out. Come on out.
As long as he can choose his opponents this carefully. Blood around the edges of Shannon Briggs' nose. Visible evidence of Foreman's 12th round attack. All Foreman now as Briggs backs up. Crowd rises to its feet. Another giant ovation for the boxing giant.
I'll tell you, Shannon Briggs is really showing some heart here tonight, though. He's fighting. He's not running. He's not being afraid. He's trying. But George may be the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Briggs landing a left hook inside. Foreman coming back with a left-right of his own. 30 seconds to go. point, but through our eyes, it appears he's not in danger of that.
From the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, we go to the Budweiser scorecards. Steve Weisfeld scores the bout 114 to 114. He has it even. Lawrence Layton scores the bout 117 to 113. And Calvin Claxton has it 116 to 112 for the winner by majority decision and new linear heavyweight champion of the world, Shannon Briggs.
Well, wow. One of those nights, huh?
Yeah, that's how boxing goes. That's why it's very unsafe to just go in there and assume that you're going to come out a victor.
Oh, just touch gloves. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Two sculpted physiques, two big heavyweights. Lewis comes out attacking, lands a right, a jab. This is the most action that anybody's mounted against Lewis since Ray Mercer in '96, and there Briggs almost knocks the champion down. Shannon Briggs believing that he has hurt Lewis. And Lewis is wobbly as Briggs chases him across the ring.
And try to slug it and knock him out rather than setting his knockouts up. You get this guy a little courage and you're going to have a fight on your hand. Good right hand over the top. He said it didn't hurt, but it did hurt. Great, fellas.
In the ringside seats of Briggs supporters.
Good left hook by Briggs.
Hard right hand over the top by Briggs. Hard right hand by Lewis. Briggs can't see Lewis's right hand over the top. Briggs missing. Briggs is going to waste a whole lot of energy shaking his head. Round 4 begins. Harold Letterman, how'd you score the first?
That was the left hook.
Yep,
Real quick to the one.
Better hurry. Briggs has wobbled. Just as you said, George.
I trained in training camp for right hands. You throw a left hook, you get him.
Right hand lands flush for Lewis. Briggs.
Every tick goes by is a tick in Shannon Briggs' favor.
Yeah, but that wasn't in Shannon Briggs' favor.
Let's go to
Well, the referee is a lot
trying to gather himself.
Hard left hand by Briggs. Lewis is hurt. And he comes back with his own left hook. And another right hand. And Briggs turns to our table to tell us that he's all right. Lewis landing flush with too many power punches. Just too much punishment. Air power punches and get his man out of there.
Now, when you have an opponent like Briggs,
and that will be it. Pro Big Briggs crowd screaming for their man. Bravery for which Briggs is going to pay.
well, if you're in New York tonight, you can be proud. You know, this guy has shown, hey, I'm just not a... He slipped down that time.
And that's all.
Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. Establish his jab to make the guy drop his hand just a little bit. Turn his head and on the side of the ear, and you go down. And he thought he could take it. He felt like, hey, this guy's not that powerful. But when you accumulate that kind of power from a 248-pound man, no one can stand up to it.
And that was the second knockdown as he goes down on his own swing.
The winner and still WBC heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis. Shake hands.
12-round heavyweight fight between undefeated power-punching prospects. It was an 11th round TKO in a fight that he was trailing on a scorecard. Here. There's that big sweeping right hand from David Tua. Abeabuchi, though, look at this.
Thing to figure out in certain instances, and it's no secret that he should use the jab.
Years of this heavyweight division.
I think he's making is he's constantly doing good. Loose, he could start jab and then pump the right hand right behind it.
There's a right hand from David Tua's crowd in Sacramento. Beabuchi goes back to the left hook. Tua trying to rally at the end. Beabuchi meets him. What a strong start for the Nigerian native.
Looking at Tua's previous fights, anything could happen.
Comes in the form of that jab. He is committed to it early on. Left hook.
Got to negate some of that because right now, right in front of him.
Right hand over the top from Beabuchi.
Have a good selection of punches. He uppercuts, he hooks to the body.
And Ike right back at him with a left-right of his own. There's a short uppercut on the inside before Tua comes back with a left hook. But Ike.
On the one punch.
Warning from Lou Filippo.
You look at him, you wouldn't think this is how he fights.
4 rounds in the books. There's that left hook from Tua, his signature punch. Left hook of his own. Tua now opens up with a left hook, and Beabuchi returns fire. Double left hook from Tua.
The way he's giving Tua things to think about.
Double left hook by Tua.
Good left hook here, and he got some leverage into it.
And the subsequent right hands and double left hook.
Tua's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. There's a good right hand, but he seems like he's getting into a little bit of a
right hand over the top.
Tyson had those fast hands, and on the inside, he had blistering combinations that he let go to the body.
So easy to make those comparisons to Tyson.
Tua, with this fight, seems to be going with 1 or 2 big punches at a time, and that's not going to work, apparently.
There's that right hand from David Tua. Lunges in with the left hook. Here before the 8th round, he said you got to make a strong run at him. So maybe where Tua needs to take advantage. Oh, good short right hand sequence. Right lead, left hook by Tua. Tua right hand to the body underneath. Beabuchi and his commitment, he stayed with it.
Oh, for sure. He's being consistent.
Hey. Here we are in round number 9. He would have been able to stay with this pace for this long. Oh, good uppercut.
Throw 1 and 2 at each other for the rest of the fight. Somebody's got to separate themselves.
And now Tua. Combination at the end at the bell. It seemed like a Tua round. Beabuchi in the 9th, John.
Nice triple hook, and this is the most telling punch of the fight, I think. That was the first and only time.
Last 9 minutes go. He has proven himself.
Just like that.
There it is. 4 jabs in a row. 5 from Beabuchi. Back to it. Tua comes in with the left hooks.
He could bomb Tua with that if he really committed to it. This is a good round for Beabuchi.
It
really
sure
good.
is.
And just with the jab, that's a Larry Holmes type of round. You throw the jab.
Oh, here comes Tua. 4 or 5 punches. Beabuchi right back at him.
And he gives it back to him. That's what he needs to do.
Right back at him. 11th round here in Sacramento. Tries an uppercut of his own. Tua comes back.
He's taken the best shots. He's been able to return fire. And he's also strong. He's pushing Tua back often.
Here comes Tua now on the inside. 2 left hooks and then the right hand.
It's too little, too late.
Look at this exchange. Tua head hunting.
He's not landing though. Oh, good shot.
It was Beabuchi. Pace that was unmatched by Tua. Tua with his power punching. But at the end of the 11th round, it was the left hook, Ike, that got everyone's attention. Tua lunging, looking for that left hook. Beabuchi still punching in combinations. Shoulder to shoulder. There's the left hook, right hand combination. Throws 5 punches in that sequence. Ibeabuchi.
He answers him back every time. He takes all the play away.
Now they go swinging in the middle of the ring.
That's what they needed.
Look at this. Nice way to end it. Very, very active heavyweight fight.
Judge Young scores this fight 117-111. Judge Ellisbrew sees it 115-114. Judge Jordan scores this fight 116-113. Unanimous decision in favor of the new WBC International Heavyweight Champion, Ike, the President, Ibeabuchi.
Attention heavyweight division. Ike Ibeabuchi has arrived.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trimmed with white letters and weighing in at 225 pounds. He comes to us from Auckland, New Zealand with a perfect record of 22-0, 18 KOs to his credit. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the undefeated challenger, David Tua.
Come on, this is good. Come on.
And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing white, trimmed with blue letters, and weighing in at 219 pounds. His record an outstanding one, 25 victories with 17 KOs, only 2 defeats. He comes to us tonight from Chelsea, Massachusetts. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the WBC International Heavyweight Champion, John, the Quiet Man, Ruiz.
Tua, Ruiz, you already given you the instruction in the dressing room. 2 things you must remember. Obey my commands at all times, and most important, protect yourself at all times. Any questions? Shake hands. Good luck to both of you.
There's a lot of interest in Tua because he comes out of that fabulous school of Marciano and Frazier and Tyson, that type of fighter, but he's going up against the best schooled of the young heavyweights out there. Ruiz, who is a stablemate, incidentally, of Lennox Lewis.
Hard left hand by Tua. Ruiz is rocked in the first 20 seconds of the bout. Down goes Ruiz. He takes a vicious left-hand shot on the way down, and it's unlikely he'll be getting up, and Tony Perez says enough.
Whoa! Well, Marciano, Frazier, and Tyson. Let me repeat that.
And Tua.
Well, I'm not ready to put Tua there yet, but that was sensational.
That was some performance, and
I mean, nobody has done that to Ruiz.
And I'm telling you, the shot that Ruiz took on the way down was dangerous looking.
Yes, it was.
So you can see now the medical attention that is being given to John Ruiz.
People down there celebrating. There's the first left hook. And it's interesting what you said, George, about a fighter like this doesn't look as tall as he really is because of the way his body is built. People have a hard time believing, for example, that Mike Tyson is 5'11", yet we measured him one time, and when he's standing upright, indeed he is around 5'11". So he did underestimate his reach.
You think you stepped out of the range, but no, you have not.
Here's the punch that really did it, and that was a vicious, vicious punch.
And one more sickening look at the left-hand shot that caught Ruiz flush on the chin as he was going down, and we're just awfully happy that John Ruiz is up. Let's get the official particulars from Michael Buffer.
That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 19 seconds of the very first round, referee Tony Perez waves off the 10 count and calls a halt to the bout.
the title changes hands. The winner and new WBC International Heavyweight Champion, still undefeated, David
That is the ring entrance.
A lot of Polish flags, not many Union Jacks.
You know, we talk about Galata and how this fight means so much to him, but look at the flip side here. If Lennox Lewis pulls off the victory here against Galata, his stock rises to a new level.
Both fighters need that dramatic knockout, and that's why really they need each other here.
This is almost a winner-take-all scenario. The loser really goes to the back of the pack. The winner calls his own shots and whatever he wants to do.
Lennox Lewis, a very personable fighter, sensitive. Said he's never been respected by the American fans, and he wants this fight to be the one once he gets his acclaim.
What better way in Atlantic City in front of the United States and the world?
And those trunks are high tonight. They are high.
Gee, I wonder if that was an accident.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the main event, brought to you by Main Events and your undisputed, undefeated king of beers, Budweiser. This Bud's for you, along with Panics Promotions and Ziggy Promotions. This bout is sanctioned by the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board, Boxing Commissioner Larry Hazard Sr., Chairman Jerry Gormley, Board members Gary Shaw and Stephen Katz, Deputy Commissioner John Greco, Chief Inspector at ringside Sylvester Kyler, the physicians in attendance at ringside Dr. Richard Snepper, Dr. Howard Taylor, Dr. Kenneth Remsen, Dr. Eric Wormser, and Dr. Earl Shaw. The timekeeper at the bell is Arthur Spell, and counting for the knockdown seconds, your alternate referee, Eddie Cotton. This bout is also sanctioned by the World Boxing Council, President Jose Suleiman, WBC Supervisor at ringside, John Kofi. The three judges scoring this bout on a 10-point must system will be Marty Denkin, Chuck Hassett, and Barbara Perez. And when the bell rings, working for the 97th time in a world title bout, referee Joe Cortez. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the boardwalk home of champions, Caesars, Atlantic City, let's get ready to rumble! 12 rounds of boxing for the WBC Heavyweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white, trimmed with red, and weighing in at 244 pounds. In his professional career, he has registered 25 knockouts in his 28 victories, and he has suffered 2 losses by disqualification. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of the Windy City, Chicago, a native son of Warsaw, Poland, here is the pride of Poland, introducing the challenger, Andrew Golota. And across the ring in the red corner, wearing red, trimmed with white, and weighing in also at 244 pounds. In 1988, he captured Olympic gold. And now, as a professional, in 32 bouts, he has 31 victories with only 1 defeat. And he has scored 25 knockouts. From East London, England, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the pride of Great Britain, the 2-time world heavyweight champion and reigning WBC heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis. right, gentlemen. We went over the rules in that dressing room. I want good sportsmanlike conduct. Obey my commands at all times. I want a clean fight from both of you. Understood? You understood, Andrew? Lennox? Okay, touch him up.
And the introductions are complete. We are ready. Lennox Lewis, Andrew Golota.
All right, Mary, you sort of stand out. Who's your pick?
Golota. I saw Lennox's stomach, and he was breathing really heavy. And he's really not worked up much of a sweat.
Just give me a clean fight. That's all I want.
Everything above the belt and above the high trunk line. Lou Duva talking to Golota.
Excuse me, Lou, we have a fight, you know.
A clean one.
A clean one.
And we're set to go. The anticipation is over. Here we go. Lewis comes right at Golota. Did not throw the punch. Lewis with the jab. He's got a good one.
Lewis feet wide, Golota the right proportion.
Lewis missing with a hook.
Lewis trying to land a right hand right off the bat. He's pulling with that left to set up the right.
Gets the jab in. Lewis wants to control from the outside. Good boxer. Pops the jab and a right hand in. Nicely done by Lennox Lewis to start.
Golota hasn't done anything yet.
Until there.
You wonder if Golota might be gun shy for a while with all the warnings of the low blows. It has been hammered into his head. Lewis with a big right hand. Golota in some early trouble here.
Got stunned by right over the top by Lewis.
Good right and left hand by Lewis. Golota's in deep.
Golota's down.
Stunned by the power of Lennox Lewis. This could be over. This very well could be over.
He's gonna let it continue. He's gonna let it continue.
Golota in deep trouble. He was hammered, and Lewis coming at him. He gets a long count essentially, but he's got a lot of time to get through here. Big right by Lewis. Golota is in deep trouble. This is almost over. Golota cannot think in there. He's down.
Down again. It's over.
Golota is hammered by Lennox Lewis. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Well, it was clean.
That's for sure.
There was no doubt about it.
Andrew Golota never got started in this fight.
He looked like he was waiting to get started at maybe the 2-minute mark. There ain't no time like that. You got to get in there.
And you got to wonder, with the performance that Andrew Golota just turned in tonight, what may have been going through his mind with him showing up late to the arena with the police officers and everything.
Andrew Golota getting popped by Lennox Lewis, whose stock, as expected now, will rise dramatically. That was the stakes for the winner of this fight.
I picked Golota. Lewis is the man.
He deserves it all. Especially in heavyweight fights, you often see somebody come out. You might see the early knockout, and yeah, this fight hinging on Golota's ability to withstand Lewis's early assault, and he could not withstand it at all. Now, Lewis hit Golota with shots. Remember, Riddick Bowe hit Golota with all these shots, and Lewis hurt him immediately.
He snuck it in with 2 jabs, and then it was an overhand right that just pushed him back to that corner, and he was just in trouble after that.
You know, it's funny. We looked at Roy Jones Jr. when he knocked out Montel Griffin, and we talk about how focused he was. You look at Lennox Lewis when he was focused against Razor Ruddock and blew him away. He was focused against Andrew Golota and blew him away.
Lennox Lewis loves the month of October. 1992, October 31st, his biggest performance ever, perhaps, the 2-round knockout victory over Donovan Razor Ruddock. 2 years ago in 1995, on October 7th, another huge performance for Lewis against Tommy Morrison, a route-going effort stopping Morrison in 6. A win over Frank Bruno in 1993 in October, a TKO in the 7th round, and here on October 4th, a tremendous performance by Lewis. The big right hand on Golota. Now, this is something Andrew Golota is not trained to do.
Didn't hold. Lewis just looked for that right hand opening. Just looking right down the middle. He's pawing with it. Left hook rocks him back with straight right on the chin. Another right. That's where Galata's out of it right there.
Down for the first time, barely able to get up. And then it's allowed to continue. And Lewis takes his time, pawing. Big shots here. Galata just given a seat on the canvas. And Joe Cortez calls it off in the count. Lewis, a sharpshooter, and it was, in this case, Tony, a man against a boy, as it turned out.
You got to show Lennox Lewis did everything right. All his punches were straight, short, right down the pipe, nothing wide. Look at him, pull back, good defense, sets himself up. Good right hand inside, good left. Look at him, just constant punches, all headshots.
I mean, the power behind those punches, you can only imagine, to have just cut down Andrew Galata that quick in the first round.
Remember what Riddick Bowe hit Galata with, everything, and nothing like this occurred. Terrific shots here by Lennox Lewis. He will be boxing's version of Mr. October.
You got that right. Lennox Lewis looks like he's not only beating down Galata, he's beating down everybody who ever doubted him in the ring. He says he's the best fighter in the world. He gets the opinion he's the best heavyweight that ever walked the planet. Well, he goes to prove that right here. With a textbook performance, he showed some killer instinct, which we have not seen in him. Couldn't do it against Alvin McCall, couldn't do it against Lennox Lewis, but here's a guy who wanted to fight back. He took him out of there easy.
Took out a tremendously notorious fighter, Galata, with everything he had done to Riddick Bowe. In many cases, considered an uncrowned champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 1 minute 35 seconds of the very first round. The referee, Joe Cortez, calls the fight to an end. The winner, and still WBC heavyweight champion of the world, the pride of Great Britain, Lennox Lewis.
Well, that is the beauty of boxing.
Let's get it on!
Michael and I actually, the first time I saw Michael Moore in person was only, it's funny that he's fighting now for the heavyweight title, Columbus, at 165, and he actually had the pounds. So now fighting Evander Holyfield for the heavyweight.
Both 214 pounds for this WBA, and here in Vegas earlier this week, that he sees himself as heavyweight champion. Moore with a right hand that connects to the inside.
Force Michael to turn to his right. That way he can't set his feet, he can't get his full power into the shots.
Left hook comes in from Holy. And now the champ with a combination. So a little offensive spurt from the heavyweight champion to close out round number 1 here. Set-minded.
But only because Moore was just standing there allowing him to. So they both need to kind of implement their style.
Paul, you have to utilize it. There he goes. Good work from that right jab from Michael Moore. Moore tries the right hook, but Holyfield quick to return fire. Now a combination from Moore, and he's a little more active in the early goings here of this second round.
Level heavyweight from Massachusetts by the name of Kilbert Pierce. And I never forget what he told me. The first time he told me about Michael Moore, he said, Michael Moore has a crushing left hand.
Moore here. Showing a good surge in this second round.
Now you see, he just threw 4 or 5 punches.
Oh, and Holyfield catches him with a left hook, and Moore goes down. In a second round that he was clearly winning, all of a sudden, he's on the canvas. So what a turn at the end of this second round.
Now Moore has been busy for the previous 10 or 15 seconds. He was busy. Now there he goes. He's busy. Holyfield comes back with 1 shot. He did it twice in a row, and there it goes. So his one or 2 shots, in this case, was more effective than Moore's 6 or 7. But as a rule, that's not the way to go. You know, you're not going to win Holyfield and not get knocked out, you know, it's going to be hard.
Holyfield with a new trainer tonight, Don Turner, working the corner. Holyfield now with a series of straight right hands against the squared up under the lights on the Vegas Strip here at Caesars Palace. I'm Joe. Left hook came home for Holyfield, and he scored a knockdown. I think Holyfield has won the first 3 rounds, and he's off to a good start here in round 4. But that second round, in my eyes, not a 10-8 round, simply a 10-9 round for Holyfield, even though he scored the knockdown.
This is me with a quick glancing blow and drops me with 10 seconds to go when I get up. Who wins the round? I think a lot of...
Down. His trainer, Teddy Atlas, told him that I want you to... Months ago, when Holyfield avenged his only career loss and won back the heavyweight championship against Bowe right here in Vegas. This the first defense of those titles since the Bowe fight. That time, stayed away from the motivational talk. And good combination opens up this 5th round. And there's the work that Atlas wants to see with the jab from Moore. A spirited effort to open up this 5th round.
To double it up. Here he can't seem to double it up.
Good short left hand on the inside from Michael Moore, and now he sends Holyfield back with a series of punches.
And he did a smart thing. He went down to the body, mixed the body shots in.
Good rally here from Michael Moore.
And Holyfield looks tired right now.
He does, doesn't he, John?
It's like the wind went out of him all of a sudden. I don't think he's hurt as much as he's fatigued.
Only round number 5, not typical of Evander Holyfield.
Down.
Just saw moments ago Evander Holyfield swipe at his left eye as Moore scores with ease. Looks like a cut has opened up on the left eye of Evander Holyfield. So a big round for Moore just got a little bigger. Opportunity exists now as Holyfield is damaged here in round number 5. Moore has momentum. I told you earlier, a new corner for Evander.
You know, it's stupid, really. I mean, this needs to focus. He can't worry about your cut and worry about you. That's just...
That 5th round can act as a confidence builder for Michael Moore. Holyfield
is double it up. He should start doubling it up and force Evander now, maybe not hurt, but uncertain of what he wants to do. I think Michael should back him up with the jab now and force him to think.
Wait, 3 years ago in '91.
Bouncing around the ring, and I think Michael should be putting up the pressure, picking it up on him. Don't let Evander, whatever he's trying to do.
That was saying just move the hands. It's come to that point.
See, now Michael gets free shots to the body there. He should dig him in there, take advantage of it.
Holyfield now opening up a little more. Haven't seen that in a few rounds.
See, that's the Evander that I expect to see. The Evander that digs down, combinations like this.
And this is the Evander that in recent years has made him...
It's almost like that little bit of flurry took something out of Evander.
It seems that way. He started off strong, was very active. Now a respite.
This on purpose to suck him into something. Like that's the case. Good job.
Nice. Snapweight champion of the world. Holyfield with a right hand. Now on the inside. He's been cupping with Finn tonight. Holyfield coming forward now. Moore in the corner. A chance for Holyfield to let him go.
See, that's the Holyfield you're waiting to see.
More instances of 15 seconds of 7 for the heavyweight title.
You know, you can hurt him in those situations. You can put mental pressure on him. See, he seems to know that if he wants to...
Field fight. One of those fights where it's really there. You can see blood streaming down the side above the left eye in round 4 this 8th round. There's a right hand by Holyfield, and now you could almost make the argument.
Paying the real deal Holyfield to come back on him.
And End of 8. Teddy Atlas on the that he's amazingly talented, but somebody needs to channel all that and head it in the right direction. Atlas going about it in unorthodox manner tonight, but maybe, just maybe, pushing the right buttons. We will see. This version of Evander Holyfield
in the corner is often so much lack of ability to come back quickly. Now there, Evander comes quickly.
Doesn't stay with it. Instead, it's Moore with a double jab.
Moore has to take that back, though. He just got burst there. But and that's one thing that remains. Holyfield can't get his jab through. He hasn't had a significant jab at all in this.
Mild rally now at the end of the 9th round from Michael Moore. End of cut left eye and a pesky southpaw opponent in front of him. Combination from Moore.
There he goes with the jab left hand again. He has a very good, as they said when he was an amateur, crushing left hand.
He's him with a left hook as he came forward. Back to the jab for Moore.
That's what happens. He drops his hands. Michael's pumping that jab. Beautiful.
He's here in his 10th round. Holyfield now. One singular burst in a round that otherwise has been dominated by the
nation, and then do it again. That's how he overwhelms opponents, and he just won't do it here for whatever reason.
All right, fight job, come on.
Fight to score. Neither fighter has separated from the other significantly, and there have been inconsistencies within rounds, where one fighter looks good for a moment to work more. Understand.
Last round. Holyfield, when he comes back after the rounds, he generally has his mouthpiece halfway out trying to get air. And it's because the mouthpiece he has are terrible. A lot of people think they're high tech and they have to get tired. And so I've never, ever in my life liked a double mouthpiece. From such a revered champion like Holyfield, you've got to get a push going here. You have to finish strong. You can't finish weakly and expect to win. See, now when he doubles up the jab, he's effective. There's another good jab.
Right hook. Holyfield trying to work on the inside, but was unable to score. Now holding once again. Heavyweight title on the line. 12th and final round. Need to do more. Can he come up with more here in these final 3 minutes? That was a really sharp left hand to open up the 12th round.
And he's throwing punches with conviction here. He's trying to win. There's another good one. He looks good at the beginning of this round. His jab is so effective. And when he dug to the body there, he dug good Holyfield type of body punches.
Third time. Good jab from Moore again. The blood still streaming down the face of Evander Holyfield. That cut opened up in the 5th round. There's that jab. Double nice. Jab. Best connection of the round so far, and it was right on the blood-smeared left side of the face of the heavyweight champion.
Michael looks very good now. Very good.
Best round Michael Moore has had since the 5th round, when he backed up Holyfield and opened up that cut above the left eye. Michael Moore finished his stronger. Atlas told him, you're not doing enough. You need to do more. He just did more in those final 3 minutes.
We go to the scorecards. Dalby Shirley scores the bout. 114 to 114. He has it even. Chuck Jampa scores the bout. 116 to 112. And Jerry Roth scores it 115 to 114 for the winner by majority decision and new heavyweight champion of the world, Michael Moore.
Let's have a nice clean fight, touch gloves, and good luck to the both of you.
Don't get low. Make sure every punch that Evander Holyfield throws, sometimes just laying it out there.
Left hook lands for Holyfield.
Evander Holyfield should get to that body and make him drop those hands.
And Holyfield trying to tackle Lewis in the middle of the ring. 17 punches around won't win for Evander Holyfield. And he cringes against the ropes as Lewis lands a right hand.
Yeah, he takes a couple of bounces. There's a good left hook by Evander Holyfield.
Where the Holyfield fans are wondering why their man doesn't get off. Raucous noise in the upper deck.
And he comes out in a very aggressive posture.
Well, if he opens up to try to fulfill the round 3 prophecy, does Lewis get a chance with the right hand? The puncher's gloves.
It's like a pillow.
Holyfield landed a left hook inside and lands a right hand, and Lewis is stunned. Evander attacking, trying to fulfill the prophecy.
All he can do.
I think he's trying to set him up for something, George. I don't know what it is. The right hand right there.
Right cross landed flush for Holyfield. Lewis seemingly stunned again. And so much for the round 3 knockout.
Your right hand only if you see it. Good. What you want the shorter man to do is reach for everything.
Lewis lands the jab and fires the right cross. With frequency.
He just doesn't believe in his jab, though.
Left hook lands for Holyfield. Backs Lewis into the corner again. And you heard Emmanuel Stewart say, come up with the uppercut. Lewis lands a right hand. Holyfield stunned. Holyfield on the defensive. Right hand lands again. Thunder in round 5 for Lewis. To the body. Play it possum, George. He's hurt.
Yeah, he's had some body punching and they hurt.
And the uppercut landed flush. Long time left in the round. Blood along the bridge of the nose of Lewis as he busts Holyfield with a 4-punch combination.
And later in the round, holding him, punishing him.
It's open already.
So far, he's following it almost to the tee, but Holyfield lands a big left hook as Lewis carelessly drops his right hand.
Getting a little arrogant.
That'll do. Yeah, you got it. Uppercut for Lewis. But he gets pushed backward when they come together.
You don't follow a puncher around. You just don't do that.
Where Emmanuel Stewart.
They both go down in the corner. Arthur Mercanti is going to rule it a slip.
Really see the clean punches and the effective aggressiveness. You can't miss shots like that.
Lewis misses. Goes to the body. If you want to finish,
don't follow him, Holyfield. Don't follow him.
If you want to finish Lennox, go to the body. Big round for Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis, 33 of 59, including 22 of 32 power shots. Don Turner is getting more desperate.
Now and then, just get a little closer and stay closer. You see?
Right hand stops Evander in his tracks again.
Lewis, every now and then, whenever he drops his hand or bend his waist, he get in trouble, looking like the better one. When you think about what's going in.
Well, when he uses the uppercut, George, he triples his effectiveness as an in-fighter.
Right, and make him throw his left hook.
Lewis landed a short right hand with a thud. Thought for a minute he might have Holyfield.
That's even better because if Holyfield charges him a little bit, he can even put a little power to it.
88, 83, Lennox Lewis. I like Evander Holyfield. He gets aggressive, but I've only seen aggressiveness in 2 rounds, and that's the 3rd of the night. I thought he pulled out the knife by getting aggressive, just like he's doing now.
Here comes the aggressiveness. Here comes the Holyfield rally. Here comes the indomitable warrior.
Yeah, but Joe Lewis would never revert to all of that.
Hard right hand for Holyfield. Right cross landed for Lewis.
You make him miss by keeping your hands up.
Uppercut landed again.
Talk about it. Evander may have had too many wars. It hasn't seemed like it tonight. This boy was an Olympic heavyweight champion one time.
And he's for a big fight. And he did.
Good right hand by Evander Holyfield.
This fight may be the biggest anticlimax dramatically since the impeachment, but if a Brit wins, it will be the biggest news.
Lewis landing 218 more blows, more than doubling Holyfield's landed punch number.
Protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. Have any questions? Touch gloves, good luck. Let's go, touch gloves.
And Lewis fires a rare left hook. Evander trying to project more sheer energy than was the case in New York. And whacking away at Lewis on the inside.
You know, he was able to get in one good left jab, and that gives him confidence.
Don Turner is yelling at Evander from his corner. He doesn't want to fight. Yelling at Evander. Round number 2. But Holyfield comes back, and you see Holyfield listening to Don Turner's instruction.
Right down the middle with that right hand.
Uppercut 3 times in this round.
When Evander throws the overhand right, he has to make contact with the left hand first.
Inside, lets Lewis come up with a nice uppercut. Later on, good body shots by Holyfield.
And now, just as was the case in New York, Lennox Lewis able to stick the jab in Holyfield's face repeatedly. 1991.
And that's why I named out my boy as George, so I wouldn't have to remember him.
Hard right hand by Holyfield. Cleanest punch of the bout so far.
Go. Lewis is bending down.
And Holyfield landed the left hook.
Bending down.
Apparently liked some of what he saw in round number 3. Another big right hand. Lewis holding his left hand below his waist, inviting Holyfield to jab. Holyfield leaving the opportunity alone for the moment. Right hand over the top by Lewis. Evander lands a right.
Paying off great dividends. Ooh, that right hand on the side of the head hurt.
Kind of slid past Evander's ear, though.
Yep. You know what? Good left hook.
Solid left hook by Holyfield. And Holyfield grinning as Lewis lands a big right hand. Both fighters have landed a big power shot in this round. And Halpern telling Holyfield to watch his head as Lewis goes under and then over with the right hand. The blood does start to trickle outside his right eye as he goes back to the uppercut and busts Holyfield again.
The good thing about this, I didn't mention, Lewis has his cup a little lower. Blood is slower. Holyfield has got his jab going better this time.
Holyfield averaging exactly 30 punches per round through the first 5. That's the same level.
You cannot be allowed to be hit in the chest as a heavyweight. And so many young fighters don't even understand that, so they allow guys to do it.
And now Holyfield goes upstairs.
Doesn't have no idea how to get back and get this thing in control.
Right hand.
Here's for the taking. He had no idea he would have to fight for this title. Turn this thing into a fight. He didn't need to be in the fight.
And there's what Lennox Lewis was talking about, I guess, when he said right now, uppercut.
And anything that he can get in after the storm, he takes it. Lewis should be jabbing and making this a fight.
They both land uppercuts there. Holyfield with the right hand and Lewis with his own right hand.
Well,
big left hook by Holyfield.
They're head to head now. Head to head.
Lewis is hurt. And that's what
body shot hurt. That body shot hurt. And it hurt Lewis.
Hard left hook by Holyfield. Lewis stunned again.
But here comes Lewis now.
Lewis rallying again. Combinations. Hard right hand by Holyfield. Lewis to the body. His own right hand lands flush. They trade shots at close range. Round 7, the best round. These two fighters have fought against each other in 2 fights.
To the body by Holyfield again. Left hook upstairs now.
Another left hook, and Lewis backs up and ducks. Fires a right hand back and goes to the body.
Totally leaning forward now. He is into trouble. If only Holyfield could just muster up a little energy. And Lewis has that. He's going to fight.
Lewis getting smarter and going to the body. So it's a much more even fight. But despite everything we're saying, Lewis has landed some shots in this round and may in fact be winning the round, which he did right there.
Jump in.
Their heads come together again, and Lewis produces some good infighting as he drives Evander back to the ropes. Evander trying to flurry at the end of the round. Lewis blunted him there. Lennox Lewis has never knocked an opponent out past the 8th round. Holyfield has, and he goes for one here.
Holyfield.
Well, Evander Holyfield won't back down from anybody. Uppercut lands for Lewis. Holyfield misses the left hook.
Lewis take advantage of it.
Multiple punches for Lewis. Holyfield not throwing back. Fires the right and drives Lewis into the ropes. Lennox goes back to the body and the uppercut. Thrashing Holyfield with power shots. Now Holyfield's going to try to flurry again to convince the judges he's won the round.
Holyfield is an excellent boxer. Knows what to do and when to do it.
Especially in close rounds. Evander looks like he's fresh.
He should try to create as much of this as he can.
But he just landed another big right uppercut.
That's why he shouldn't do it.
Straight right hand lands for Lewis. Evander not throwing right now. Lewis with 2 body shots. Round 10.
Ooh, good body shots by Lewis. Like a pitcher, and he just stands there and does whatever he wants.
Ooh, hard left hook, and the kind of effort the two fighters are putting forth. But still, Lewis throws more and lands more in almost every round. Has never begun bleeding again. 4 punches land for Lewis.
A close fight.
I'm not saying I disagree with Harold's card.
Evander's got to pull it out. He just can't sit there and box this round. He's got to fight.
Uppercut lands for Lewis. Right hand lands for Lewis in 5 more seconds of fighting. They fought a lot better fight this time, and the fans appreciate it.
Tonight, boxing crowns an undisputed heavyweight champion, as after 12 rounds of action, we go to the scorecards with a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Jerry Roth scores at 115 to 113. Judge Chuck Jompa scores at 116 to 112. Judge at ringside, Bill Graham sees it 117 to 111. All 3 in favor of the winner and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis.
2 seconds in here. Everybody else out. Let's clear the ring, sir. Just the chief second, my friend, okay? Good evening, gentlemen. You two are big men. Let's have a nice, clean fight. Good luck to the both of you.
God bless. You heard Grant say God bless to Lewis. These are 2 Goliaths. It's Goliath versus Goliath. No slingshots, just big boulders being thrown by both of them.
And for what it's worth, although this doesn't seem to interest the public, these are 2 good men. Thunder from Grant. Lewis tries to fire back. Grant said he would come out aggressively, and he lands a big right hand. Everybody talks about Grant holding his left hand low. Lewis holds his left toe low also, and Michael Grant just illustrated it by pounding a right hand through it.
Lewis is a good right hand puncher, but he needs his guy exchanging the right hands. He shouldn't be overthrowing them right now. Grant is a big guy. You want to be conservative now. Don't waste any shots.
Grant put in a left hand to the body. He's a better, more effective body puncher than Lewis.
Step back now.
Now Lewis is getting the rhythm now of stopping his right hand, and you don't want him to get in a rhythm of stopping Grant's right hand because his confidence gets greater and he's standing straighter up for his over top right hand. Grant's got to be conservative. Don't throw that right hand unless you know you have an opening.
There's already a little blood coming from the mouth of Lewis.
I think as a result of the right cross that Grant landed over against the far ropes there.
Well, you got to have a lot of Vaseline in your mouth when you get in the ring. The first round, not enough lubrication there. You need Vaseline.
Lewis lands an uppercut and Grant goes down. Thunderous uppercut.
That punch landed very high on the head, which is a place that can paralyze a fighter.
Second fight in a row in which Grant has been knocked down in the first round. Second time he'll have to work to survive the last minute of round one. Lewis lands a right hand on the top of the head. Grant trying to fire back. Ropes held him up. Mercanti will count again. 2 knockdowns in the round.
4, 5.
No 3 knockdown rule in a heavyweight title fight.
8.
Lewis has got to be direct. Don't waste your shots with this big guy. He has endurance.
Lewis throwing to the body as Grant tries to hold him upstairs. Break. Lewis got in another right hand.
Grant is wobbling. One punch will finish him. Can he hold on for another 20 seconds?
Another uppercut lands for Lewis. That's the punch that did so much damage.
Lewis has still got to be. Whoa!
That should do it.
That's it.
That should do it.
That's it. He's broke his leg.
Don't be. I don't think Grant will get up from that. Oh, here it comes. He's going to try.
8.
And Grant makes it out of the round. Michael Grant's plan to attack produced a sudden reversal in round one.
Give it a hot water.
Mike, you gotta use your legs, man. You gotta use your legs. You hear what I say? You gotta use your legs, man.
Mike, stop. Come out. You all right, dude?
Never been a round like this in heavyweight boxing history between two such big men. This is the first knockdown, the right hand on top of the head, which disoriented Grant and had him weaving, holding on, looking to find his balance for the rest of the round. And that right hand appeared to finish him. How did he get out of it? Does he have anything left here? And now it's Lewis who goes on the attack.
Lewis still got to be conservative. He should stick his left jab and start feinting a little bit now. Michael Grant, nothing else. He has endurance.
For any who still think the fight will go 12 rounds, Grant is now in a deep hole.
Step back. His corner told him to use his legs, but I think just being big and using your strength.
It took amazing fortitude for Grant to get up from that third knockdown. The kind of fortitude he showed in surviving the first round against Galata. But Grant still doesn't have his legs, and Lewis is just teeing off.
That is a lot of weight. After you miss, you bump into something like that, you can get pretty tired throwing shots. Lewis is better set it up with his left jab.
Well, he's got his legs here for a moment.
Don't waste your punches on big men.
Let's go.
George, this is survival here.
For Lennox Lewis, better be conservative. You better throw and know what you're throwing after.
Lennox is being careful. He doesn't want to walk into a big right hand coming back.
He's walking right into a big puncher.
All right, let go.
Step aside, jab it, go to the body, then feint, come back on top. Don't just walk in Forget about the first round. Start all over again.
There he goes. Lewis beginning to pop the jab. And now Grant begins to get his senses back as well.
Michael! Break! Stop holding, Mike, now.
That's the thing about big guys fighting. There's not a lot of room in the ring for them not to cover up and start grabbing and clinching.
Lewis landing the uppercut again, and he punches Grant into submission for the moment with the uppercut. But Michael still able to stand up.
Hold on.
Step back, I said break.
You weather the storm, and the rounds can even get better for you.
Lewis missed the uppercut, landed the right hand.
But Lewis got a little taste of Grant's power that time also.
Now go that head, Lennox.
Big mistake for Lewis not to be a little more skillful here. He needs to be using his jab.
And for the moment, Lewis looks punched out as he lands another uppercut and floors Grant for the fourth time.
5, 6, 7.
This time I don't think so.
9. That's it, my man.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. I got you.
The plan to attack Lennox Lewis just backfired.
Big time.
Need to be conservative. Let the fight go along. Get some advantages. He didn't do that.
The punch with which Lennox Lewis finally bested Evander Holyfield last November was his right uppercut. The punch with which he finished this fight was his right uppercut. People are going to begin to learn you don't give Lewis a chance to throw that punch when it matters.
Boy. Well, good fight for heavyweights.
That was exciting, wasn't it?
And what a bravery for Grant.
Oh, man.
Where did he get the heart? You get a paycheck, he deserves it.
Yeah. Well, you got fireworks. We waited all year last year for fireworks in the heavyweight division, and we finally got them here.
Well, this is one of those games where 4 minutes of action can be better than an hour of inaction.
Ooh, over the top, he's holding him, and he lands that uppercut.
Absolutely right. Got away with holding the head while he landed the uppercut.
Grant should not have been down there. Ooh.
That hurts.
Lennox Lewis is a puncher.
There are going to be a lot of fans looking at this, George, and wondering, well, he seemed to have Holyfield outmatched. Why wasn't he able to do that against Evander, who weighed 217, when it was easy to do it against Grant, who weighed 250?
Grant did a foolish thing. He attacked this heavyweight champion, and he's the same height and even taller. You attack him if you're lower. Don't stand up in that high ground.
Yeah, and Holyfield didn't do a lot of punching because he was afraid of this. Tried to slow the fight down, and he did.
Tua's got to make certain that when he gets him against the rope, he misses him. Don't throw unless your feet are right there, too.
Lewis, round two begins with Lewis sticking the jab, sticking the jab, sticking the jab, sticking the jab. Stick it, stick it.
Got to do something to make Lewis want to fight. There you are. That's the punch that's going to make Lewis decide I'm getting even.
Left hook by Tua. And another left hook by Tua. And a vicious left to the belly.
Lewis got to make certain it stays the left hand, left jab.
Lennox seems to have regained his concentration. And Tua hits it.
Jab your way. Keep your title with a left jab. If that's the only punch you can land, use it.
Well, what he succeeded in doing in this round is messing up Tua's hair and just landing more punches.
And landing a right hand, which Tua answered with a leaping left.
It's going to interrupt you, and it's going to hurt you. There you are. Don't go over on that side. Stay away.
Cortez was right by moving it back into the corners. 28, 29, 28, David Tua.
Entirely more dangerous opponent. Right hand by Lewis.
I mean,
holding him as he found himself in the corner. And there's another right hand that he pops David right hand with much greater frequency here in this round. Tua pops him upstairs. Lewis hasn't used a single uppercut, and it was a hugely effective punch for him, particularly in the second Holyfield fight. Is he waiting to set it up?
Yeah, he's waiting. Tua's moving his head,
blood coming
crosses his leg, When he goes to his left, he crosses his legs. He's a sitting duck for a right hand.
There's blood coming from Tua's nose.
Toward the end of round 5, as David Tua misses.
You heard Emmanuel Stewart say to Lewis, you were fighting a masterpiece in that round. He makes Lewis miss, and then he makes him pay.
Tua misses. Decide I'm going to tactically take the title away from a good champion like this.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, even though Harold Letterman has Tua ahead on the scorecards, it's really hard to imagine Tua winning a tactical boxing match.
It can't happen.
You feel as though he's got to use his artillery.
Because this guy comes from on high with this thing.
Now Lewis back to the round 1 action. There was a big feeling, as you were starting to get to a moment ago, Larry, in Tua's camp, that Lewis lacks stamina, and they'd be able to wear him down over a long haul.
Now, Lewis was trying to pay him back.
Tua's going to make Lewis's stamina a factor in the fight. He's going to have to step upside.
Want him to move him to his left, and he's jabbing him. That's the problem here.
So that's the reason that a guy who threw 75 and looked sensational the next time.
Why should he go and stand toe-to-toe with the shorter, very strong fighter and give the other fighter his best chance?
Into the rhythm of following Lewis around and takes another right hand.
Tua's got to get close, and maybe you got to step sometimes. It keeps the right foot too far behind him. Just step on up there. Step on up to the plate. Lewis has come from another direction. It's like dropping a pin from a 20-story building.
There's a long right hand, lands for Lewis right after the jab. Classic 1-2. And it doesn't appear Tua has a chance of winning a fight. Whoa! Big combination. And Tua smiles. You know why? Because he was hurt. That's why.
That means Lewis is close enough. Go!
Big left hook for Tua.
Yeah, but it went right into Lewis's glove.
Blocks David's left hook.
Yeah, well, Lewis has him where he wants him now because David wants to come in, is looking to come in, and Lewis knows it. But here, as you saw, as I said earlier, his right, take away the strength and challenge them to beat you some other way.
Fighting for the title, you can't be afraid to get knocked out.
And there's the uppercut for the first time, and it wobbles Tua. Lewis landed tactical command and his physical superiority.
There you go, Tua.
Now, just as I say that, he finally catches a left hook from Tua, but one punch at a time.
Ooh, that right to the body hurt David Tua.
Lennox is hurting him with a lot of punches now.
Lewis worked hard enough in the early rounds, George, as we were saying, so that
Lewis is just toying with him. Just toying with him.
Pot shot.
Does whatever he wants to do. Right hand, left jab, right hand, right hand. It's all Lennox Lewis. So this is not a style preview to Tyson Lewis because Mike would just be a heck of a lot more rambunctious. There's no way.
It's his zeal to fight. It's his will to train.
David Tua has this power. Still not taking any chances. He's not a fool.
He has turned Tua's face into a swelling, bloody mask. Jab, jab.
This is really a great fight.
Body shot.
Jabbing and moving. And
this is a lights-out artistic performance by a heavyweight champion who, for the moment, looks impregnable.
From Great Britain, Lennox Lewis.
Did you think there was anything wrong with him, or was it just clear, easy sparring session?
Yo, what was wrong with David Tua was Lennox Lewis.
This side has power. Best weapon, left hook, right uppercut combination. Here we go.
Steve, the first 2 rounds of this fight is the monster. The guy that sets the tone, as Ruiz is trying to do, gets the play.
Ruiz immediately digging to the ribs of Holyfield. Ruiz sticking the jab, landing the rights and left. Going to the body. Shotgun jab again, right in the head by Ruiz. Ruiz with a snappy left hook, follows it up with the right hand, and again continues to score. Round 2 begins. And Ruiz again comes out in aggressive fashion.
Now working more, throwing punches much more readily now.
Straight right hand to the head by Holyfield. An overhand right by John Ruiz. Ruiz jumping on Holyfield, and again
purpose all over Holyfield. Hasn't let up. A lot of pressure. There's a big right hand by John Ruiz.
Holyfield's hand, but he needs to follow up the second shot. And a right hand like that.
Oh, there's a right uppercut out of nowhere by Holyfield to the chin of Ruiz. Slows him down momentarily, but then he comes back. Wild swing and a miss by Evander. Only a straight right hand to the nose by Ruiz. Pushing him down for the hold. But that looked like sheer exhaustion.
Beautiful uppercut by Holyfield. Landed squarely on Ruiz's chin. No ill effects.
Can Holyfield go 12 hard rounds if necessary? John Ruiz, nearly 10 years younger than Holyfield, who turns 38 in October. Good combination to the head by Holyfield and back paid Ruiz. Oh, a straight right hand by Holyfield that stuns Ruiz.
You hurt Ruiz with that right hand.
Ruiz is wounded.
His chin is in question before.
He's in trouble. Holyfield jumps on him. Let's see if he can finish him. 14 seconds to go in the third round. The tide has turned. Ruiz hanging on.
Right, step back,
Just
step
a few more seconds and he makes it through the round.
Come on.
Told you John Ruiz can't stay on the outside. This is the range that's Holyfield. Watch him walk into a right hand. It's a beauty. That's not the range for John Ruiz in this fight. There's the right hand. He walks right into it over the jab. And that hurt him and it rocked him. And again, Holyfield doesn't punch like Tua, but he punches well enough. Watch his right hand. Right on the top of the temple. Ruiz holding on. You can see his legs are not under him. There is badly shaken.
But barely.
We'll see now if John Ruiz is still hurt.
Left right combination to the head by Holyfield. Holyfield with a smile. There's a straight right hand that scores by Ruiz.
Ruiz turning the tide back.
Why is Holyfield taking this tactic?
Another big right hand by John Ruiz.
Meanwhile, Ruiz backpedaling. He
big right hand.
Cut to the left after the right. That wakes up Holyfield. The stiff left jab again by Ruiz.
Comes down in the previous round and in serious trouble.
Is this the night that Evander Holyfield taking off just about the complete fourth round?
Beautiful jab by John Ruiz.
A lot of holding and clutching going on right now. Right uppercut, a grazing blow by Ruiz. There's a straight right hand to the head of Holyfield. That was a blistering shot by the quiet man.
Holyfield going to try and steal around here, but it's too late. Sometimes overachievers, by their nature of the game, just will not look at their health first.
Ruiz just walked into a left hook on the temple. But the crowd trying to get behind Holyfield by chanting holding in unison. Left hook off the head by Holyfield.
Hunt to get out.
I think a left hook on the inside hurt John Ruiz a little bit.
And then bullying tack blunt to the Holyfield corner, telling the former champ.
Very beginning, tiring a little bit. Some of the event has gotten to him, as well as that fast pace he put on.
Holyfield doing a nice job blocking punches. Here's that shotgun jab by Ruiz again.
Because Evander's not doing it.
Ruiz now fighting at spurts. There's a big left hand by Holyfield off the chin of John Ruiz. Well, he's got a better jaw than I thought, Ruiz. Good counter punching by Holyfield.
One of those shots might have been a little on the low side, as was that one.
Look out again. The WWF tactics by Holyfield as he just shoves Ruiz to the canvas. Final seconds, round 7. An exhausted Ruiz lands with a left hook. And then a right hand. To those instructions.
Well, the jab was working in the first part of the fight. And Holy's coming out now to fire. He's landing big.
Holyfield jumping on Ruiz to begin round 8. Scheduled for 12 for the vacant WBA Heavyweight Championship. Just fishing with the left. A counter right hand by Ruiz.
And another one.
What an exchange. Beautiful left-right combination by Ruiz. A countering right hand by Holyfield.
He threw another right hand too. Ruiz tried to throw a took missed badly.
Big right hand by Ruiz to the jaw of Holyfield. But he said, if necessary, he'll fight until he's 50 years old to win an undisputed heavyweight title again. Right hand to the head, uppercuts to the body by John Ruiz.
John Ruiz landed some nice uppercuts and hooks and an overhand right.
And a beautiful combination to the head of Holyfield.
And Holyfield finally offered back one punch in return.
And even as he's backing up, Ruiz scoring with the left jab. Cut opening up again around the right eye of Ruiz.
No pushing.
Ruiz on the retreat, but landing effectively. Tough shots to the body by Holyfield. There's a big left hook, but that was partially blocked by Ruiz's forearm.
Yeah, Ruiz covering there's a big right hand, but what he's doing is he's firing and ducking.
Now Holyfield sticking the jab, overhand right that scores by Ruiz. Ruiz is the aggressor. But there's a big left hook by Holyfield, followed by a right hand and another left hook. But back comes Ruiz. And now Holyfield sticking the jab. Back comes Ruiz with the left jab.
Ruiz's jab will have won this fight if he does get the decision, if he doesn't get knocked out.
The right uppercut, but raising. Combination to the head. Ruiz then playing a little possum, comes back.
He comes back, and both of these fighters right now are at a fatigue point, and the fatigue is becoming a factor.
Right, step back. Oh!
They'll both be happy to hear the bell. Ruiz looking very sharp here, a lot of movement. And he finally throws. Holyfield not doing anything, and he needs to desperately. What is he waiting for? Being pushed back by that effective Ruiz jab.
When I fought him, Steve.
Good line. Halfway through the final round.
Watch out, Bowe.
John Ruiz may be a minute 20 and counting away from being a heavyweight champion.
All he's trying, you can see him swinging hard and trying. John Ruiz just trying to put his head down and get out of harm's way. A little over a minute left.
How many people outside Chelsea, Mass? No. Is he calling it a knockdown?
No.
No, he waved it off.
A little elbow for him right in the nose.
Ruiz hanging tough against the onslaught of Holyfield. 25 seconds. What a sense of urgency for Holyfield. He's got to put Ruiz away, seemingly to win the fight.
Holyfield won the last round, Steve, but that's it.
It is all over.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing here in Paris, Las Vegas, we go to the scorecards. We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Fernando Viso scores the bout 116 to 112. Judges Dwayne Ford and Dave Moretti both score the bout 114 to 113. All three in favor of the winner. And now the four-time heavyweight champion of the world, Evander, the real deal, Holyfield.
Incredulous, absurd, ridiculous.
Steve, I always talk about agendas. No better a picture can be painted for an agenda than Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, for the trilogy to be completed.
Ain't nobody can stop us.
That was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
What a stinker of a decision.
Four-time world champion.
Okay.
A stinker would be an upgrade. I'm sorry.
John Ruiz getting robbed in Las Vegas. Highway robbery. As he makes his way back to the dressing room. In the people's eyes, he's the winner.
Believe it or not, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we are live tonight from Carnival City, South Africa. HBO Sport has ventured to Africa to bring you Lennox Lewis against Hasim Rahman for the heavyweight championship of the world.
It's dark and hell is hot. Ain't no sunshine when it's wrong. Darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. When it's on, and niggas need to be wrong every time. 'Cause we don't pray. You turn out the lights, and you don't back. Thinking it's alright.
Typical of this most cruel of sports, Rahman's career is defined more by his 2 losses than by his 34 wins. Only 17 jabs per round by Lewis by CompuBox numbers in the first 4 rounds, and that's fewer than Lennox would want to throw to be at his optimum. Frankly, he isn't throwing that many punches at all. He's been under 40 punches per round. Heavyweight average is around 40. In most of his best efforts, Lennox is much busier than that, sometimes 60 punches around.
Rahman jabs to the left, to the body once or twice, then he comes up with that right hand. Lennox Lewis better be careful.
While Lewis hasn't been busy, he has been accurate, more accurate than Rahman. But that presents a classic quandary for the judges. Is the busier fighter better, or is the one who lands at a higher rate better?
Rahman blinked that right hand. He's having trouble seeing out of his left eye, it appears.
And Lewis goes to the body with the left hook. Trying to get Rock to bring his hands down, give him another shot at that swelling left eye.
You know you're fighting for the heavyweight championship of the world. If you start to bleed, so what?
So far,
your eyes start to close, so what?
Yeah, you got to go. That's right.
Don't make any looks. Don't touch your face. Keep fighting.
So far, Rahman has done a pretty good job of staying off the ropes and toward the center of the ring.
I don't like him touching his face like that.
His 2 disastrous moments, George, against Moskaev and Tua occurred when he had his back to the ropes. That's a right hand by Rahman that momentarily stuns Lewis. Lewis smiling at him as a result.
Good right hand. That's what you got to do. You fighting for the title. You want the men's title, go take it.
Excellent chopping right hand.
Lewis stopped jabbing. He can walk into some right hand. That's what's happening now. If you're going to walk to the man, use your left jab.
Lewis with a jab right to the body. Left hook upstairs combination. Now he just fires the right hand.
Lennox Lewis is like a big cat.
Rahman jab, 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 jab. 4 of them. Chases Lewis across the ring. Shades of Oliver McCall, September 24, 1994, in London. Has Rahman pulled the upset? He has. He got a brand new heavyweight champion, and he's from the United States.
Taking this man seriously, and the way he fought the fight, you could see he wasn't taking him seriously, because he wasn't fighting his normal fight.
All week long you were thinking it was shades of Tokyo. There were reminders of Tokyo, Feb 10, 1990.
everywhere as they prepared for this fight. Lewis clearly preoccupied with other things in his life. Rahman focusing on the business at hand.
All I can say is, for beautiful, spacious skies.
You like having an American heavyweight champion, George?
Oh, we can sing the national anthem again.
What a story as Hasim Rahman becomes the heavyweight champion of the world in one of the biggest upsets in the history of the division.
Und dafür, dass Brewster hier pathetisch formuliert sein Leben lassen wollte, bereit war alles zu tun, ist der Unbarmherzige gnadenlos schlecht. Das ist zu wenig. So wird er Klitschko nicht daran hindern, heute Abend wieder Weltmeister im Schwergewicht zu werden. Da muss mehr kommen. Gut von Wladimir. Das gibt ihm natürlich auch Sicherheit. In der dritten Runde den Treffer weggesteckt. In der nächsten den Gegner niedergestreckt. Und Klitschko boxt endlich wieder so, wie wir ihn kennen. Konzentriert aus der Distanz bringt er seine Stärken zur Geltung. Aber auch das hat Kraft gekostet. Auch Wladimir wirkt ein bisschen müde. Und gönnt sich am Mann hier immer wieder kleine Verschnaufpausen. Brewster versucht verzweifelt hier einen guten Treffer zu landen. Es gelingt ihm. Gute Linke von Brewster. Wie er zurückkommt in dieser 5. Runde. Unglaublich. Klitschko ist in Schwierigkeiten und wird angezählt. Im Stehen angezählt. Das gibt's allzu selten im Profiboxen. Halbe Minute noch in dieser 5. Runde. Was ist nur los mit Wladimir? War's das schon? Er muss klammern. Er muss sich erholen. Warum hat er nur im Stehen angezählt? Es gibt kein Anzählen im Stehen. Und Klitschko noch ein paar Sekunden retten, bis es in die Pause geht. Und zählt er ihn an? Der Gong rettet nicht vor dem K.O. Zählt er ihn an oder nicht? Der Gong rettet nicht vor dem K.O. Kommt er nochmal hoch? Der Kampf ist aus. Er nimmt ihn raus. Klitschko verliert. Brewster ist der neue Weltmeister. Was für eine Sensation. Klitschko hat überpaced, womöglich überpaced in der Runde zuvor. Und dann hat ihn Brewster eiskalt erwischt. Das ist ein Hammer. Schauen Sie das Gesicht von Wladimir Klitschko, der so souverän geboxt hat. Gezeichnet durch die Schläge von Brewster. Immer noch völlig benommen wird er untersucht von der Ringärztin. Zweimal hat er ihn richtig fett erwischt hier. Das sind Wirkungstreffer, aber hier unterbindet er den Kampf. Entweder stoppt er den Kampf, aber er darf, das sehen die Regeln vor, im Stehen nicht anzählen. Klare Regeln der WBO. Zum Schutz des Boxers besteht die Möglichkeit, den Kampf abzubrechen. Und hier der erste Niederschlag in dieser Runde, zeitgleich fast mit der Glocke zur Ringpause. Aber der Gong rettet nicht vor dem K.O. Was sind das für Bilder? Das hatte niemand für möglich gehalten, dass dies Klitschko noch einmal passieren könnte. Auch Roy Jones, mit dem wir lange diskutiert haben vorher. Das ist er. Der neue Weltmeister nach Version der WBO. Der Mann der emotionalen Ausnahmesituation, der seinen väterlichen Freund vor 6 Monaten verloren hat. Hat Klitschko, der immer noch benommen wirkt, die Tour vermasselt und ist Weltmeister im Schwergewicht. Don King hat recht behalten. Eine faustdicke Überraschung. Ist dies das Ende der großen Ära Wladimir Klitschkos? War's das? Oder kann er noch einmal zurückkommen? Ist das sein Karriereende? Heute kam es darauf an, mit großem Druck zu bestehen und zu beweisen, dass er wieder da ist. Bereit, den Thron des Schwergewichts-Champions wieder einzunehmen. Er selber hat die Frage gestellt, gehöre ich in die Champions League oder ist es doch nur die Bundesliga, der ich angehöre? Er ist der Champion des heutigen Abends. Layman Brewster aus Los Angeles.
God bless you. God bless America. Touch him up. Go on, baby. Go.
There are 2 common sense outcomes here.
And allowing Rahman to come to him.
In the first fight, Rahman jabbed to the chest. He didn't reach for Lennox's head.
Stewart, his trainer, is going to be very happy with the way Lewis is prosecuting the fight. There's a left hook that
Rahman is starting to get him to go on the ropes now.
How do you like the way Rahman's working his way back into it?
He's got his body, got Lennox back on the rope.
Here's Lewis after throwing a series of jabs, lands a clean left hook, and here some jabs. That is one stiff jab.
Rahman contends in sparring his left hook is getting better. Seems for the moment, George, to have nullified Rahman's right hand.
On those ropes, make him, now you go, make him believe it.
But the jab comes back. And when Lewis doubles up and triples up on the jab.
One thing that lives in Lennox Lewis' head, that night in Africa.
If he punches, just keep your hands high. They're telling him not to counterpunch.
Boom! Will Rahman get up, or have the tables been turned? Is it reversed? 7, 8, 9. It's over. Lennox Lewis got revenge.
Has captured his revenge.
He changed it up here. Instead of jab and right hand, it was hook and right hand.
And you know what? The old saying, never follow a puncher around.
And Rahman did.
Rahman made the fatal mistake. I'm going to follow you no matter what you jab me or what, I'm going to follow you.
Well, Rahman has spent months saying he had no respect for Lennox Lewis.
He is now the 3-time heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis.
I seen a little twinkle in his eye, you know. Plus I've been dreaming all week to change his name. Change his name from has-been Rahman. His name's has-been Rahman now.
Putting on the wrist. Or as Peter Bowe put it, putting on a wrist.
I give you instructions. I want you to obey my commands at all times. Punches here are good. Punches here are good. Good luck to you. Take love.
Vladimir Klitschko seems so perfect, you wonder what's wrong with him. Can Corey Sanders find out?
Many in boxing will not share that enthusiasm, Larry, until he produces more quick knockouts and appears to attack more aggressively. But Vladimir says, in the heavyweight division, you cannot take a risk. And against Sanders, he's fighting a big punch.
And as you can see, the small ring doesn't really help Klitschko, but he likes to jump back after a punch and before a punch. He's aggressive, but he loves jumping backwards.
Good jab by Sanders, got in.
And Sanders loves movement. Sanders loves his movement too, so you would like to see one get a little more aggressive to make this small ring work.
Vladimir Klitschko, usually an aggressive jabber. As Corey Sanders lines up in his southpaw profile, it may be more difficult for Vladimir to get the jab in. Hard left hand by Corey Sanders moved Klitschko back to the center of the ring off the ropes. If Klitschko does have a bad habit, Larry, it is that sometimes he backs straight up with his head up against an attacking fighter. That's the kind of thing that could cause big problems against Sanders.
Well, if you're tall like that, it doesn't matter because you can almost see over the top. It's the shorter guys backing up who get into a lot of trouble. You got the reach and height, you can do whatever you like.
Sanders is holding his gloves high, which is how Ross Purity fought Klitschko. Kept his hands up. Made Klitschko punch a lot.
Sanders acknowledges that he has a natural tendency to trade punches, and he has a natural tendency to square his body up and fight. He says he'll have to fight both those tendencies here tonight because he wants to try to present a more elusive target to Vladimir. Left hook lands for Klitschko, right hand to the body. Left hand by Sanders, snap Klitschko's head back.
A lot of that southpaws can get you just when ordinarily you can't be gotten because they're just on the wrong side.
That may be one of the few times we've seen Klitschko hit with a good solid punch by a good puncher. He gets hit again and holds.
The problem Klitschko is having, he's got his knees bent to lower his height some more.
Klitschko goes down on a huge left hand inside by Corey Sanders. Up at the count of 7
with his eye cut.
And there's a cut over Klitschko's left eye, right on the eyebrow. Long time to go in the round. Vladimir down a second time.
And the next big thing is about to become the last big bust if he goes down again, although the clock is running out on this round.
So Vladimir Klitschko is down twice in the opening round against Corey Sanders, and all of Germany holds its breath.
And he wobbles back to the corner.
Give me the bucket, Is this okay? Are you okay?
As they speak German in Klitschko's corner, our interpreter is Johannes Willerbeck.
Yeah. Come on, go in there, boy. Be careful. Remember your training, boy. Remember all you practice today. Keep this here. Hold this right here. This is okay. It's no problem. Open your mouth.
Here are questions being asked. A perfect left hand asked of Klitschko. He's never been asked before. How does he deal with adversity? That's what we all wanted to see. And he has got a lot of adversity to deal with right here.
Well, we know what Hasim Rahman was able to do in this situation. He was able to come back and knock Sanders out. Now Klitschko's down a third time, and there are 2 minutes, 53 seconds to go in this round.
And he's not seeing that left hand come. He just cannot see the left hand that Sanders is hitting him with.
And he's attacking to try to get out of trouble instead of holding, and this is not going to go well. Another knockdown, the fourth time, and the referee, Gennaro Rodriguez, stops the fight, and thus ends the Vitaly Klitschko, or the Vladimir Klitschko Express.
You can look at Klitschko's body, there's still not much sweat on him at all. Leaving out of the dressing room, waiting for the shoulder in. Body is dry as a bone. It can happen to anybody at any time. You've got to loosen up before you get into the ring. We've seen it too many times before.
Well, the one thing that was unknown about Vladimir coming into this fight was what would happen if he got tagged by a legitimate puncher. Now we know.
This side has power. Best weapon, left hook, right uppercut combination. Here we go.
Steve, the first 2 rounds of this fight is the monster. The guy that sets the tone, as Ruiz is trying to do, gets the play.
Ruiz immediately digging to the ribs of Holyfield. Ruiz sticking the jab, landing the rights and lefts. Going to the body. Shotgun jab again, right in the head by Ruiz. Ruiz with a snappy left hook, follows it up with the right hand, and again continues to score. Round 2 begins. And Ruiz again comes out in aggressive fashion.
Now working more, throwing punches much more readily now.
Straight right hand to the head by Holyfield. An overhand right by John Ruiz. Ruiz jumping on Holyfield and again backing him into the ropes.
Step back.
He's like an octopus all over Holyfield. Hasn't let up. A lot of pressure. There's a big right hand by John Ruiz.
Holyfield's head, but he needs to follow up the second shot and a right hand like that.
Oh, there's a right uppercut out of nowhere by Holyfield to the chin of Ruiz. Slows him down momentarily, but then he comes back. Wild swing and a miss by Iveta. A straight right hand to the nose by Ruiz. Pushing him down for the hold. But that looked like sheer exhaustion.
Beautiful uppercut by Holyfield, landed squarely on Ruiz's chin. No ill effects.
Can Holyfield go 12 hard rounds if necessary? John Ruiz, nearly 10 years younger than Holyfield, who turns 38 in October. Good combination to the head by Holyfield and back paid Ruiz. Oh, a straight right hand by Holyfield that stuns Ruiz.
You hurt Ruiz with that right hand.
Ruiz is wounded.
His chin is in question before.
He's in trouble. Holyfield jumps on him. Let's see if he can finish him. 14 seconds to go in the 3rd round. The tide has turned. Ruiz hanging on.
Right. Step back.
Just a few more seconds and he makes it through the round.
Come on. Told you John Ruiz can't stay on the outside. This is the range that's Holyfield. Watch him walk into a right hand. It's a beauty. That's not the range for John Ruiz in this fight. There's the right hand. He walks right into it over the jab. And that hurt him and it rocked him. And again, Holyfield doesn't punch like Tua, but he punches well enough. Watch his right hand. Right on the top of the temple. Ruiz holding on. You can see his legs are not under him. There is badly shaken.
But barely.
We'll see now if John Ruiz is still hurt.
Left right combination to the head by Holyfield. Holyfield with a smile. There's a straight right hand that scores by Ruiz.
Ruiz turning the tide back.
Why is Holyfield taking this tactic?
Another big right hand by John Ruiz.
Meanwhile, Ruiz backpedaling. He
big right hand.
Cut to the left after the right. That wakes up Holyfield. The stiff left jab again by Ruiz.
Comes down in the previous round and in serious trouble.
Is this the night that Evander Holyfield? Holyfield taking off just about the complete 4th round.
Beautiful jab by John Ruiz.
A lot of holding and clutching going on right now. Right uppercut, a grazing blow by Ruiz. There's a straight right hand to the head of Holyfield. That was a blistering shot by the quiet man.
Holyfield going to try and steal around here, but it's too late. Sometimes overachievers, by their nature of the game, just will not look at their health first.
Ruiz just walked into a left hook on the temple. But the crowd trying to get behind Holyfield by chanting holy in unison. Left hook off the head by Holyfield.
Punch to get out.
I think a left hook on the inside hurt John Ruiz a little bit.
And then bullying tack blunt to the Holyfield corner, telling the former champ.
Very beginning, tiring a little bit. Some of the event has gotten to him, as well as that fast pace he put on.
Holyfield doing a nice job blocking punches. Here's that shotgun jab by Ruiz again.
Because Evander's not doing it.
Ruiz now fighting at spurts. There's a big left hand by Holyfield off the chin of John Ruiz. Well, he's got a better jaw than I thought, Ruiz. Good counter punching by Holyfield.
One of those shots might have been a little on the low side, as was that one.
Look out again. The WWF tactics by Holyfield as he just shoves Ruiz to the canvas. Final seconds, round 7. An exhausted Ruiz lands with a hook. And then a right hand. To those instructions.
Well, the jab was working in the first part of the fight. Holy's coming out now to fire. He's landing big.
Holyfield jumping on Ruiz to begin round 8. Scheduled for 12 for the vacant WBA Heavyweight Championship. Just mixing with the left. A counter right hand by Ruiz.
And another one.
What an exchange. Beautiful left-right combination by Ruiz. A countering right hand by Holyfield.
He threw another right hand too. Ruiz tried to throw a big left hook, missed badly.
Big right hand by Ruiz. To the jaw of Holyfield. But he said, if necessary, he'll fight until he's 50 years old to win an undisputed heavyweight title again. Right hand to the head, uppercuts to the body by John Ruiz.
John Ruiz landed some nice uppercuts and hooks, and an overhand right.
And a beautiful combination to the head of Holyfield.
And Holy finally offered back one punch and returned.
And even as he's backing up, Ruiz scoring with the left jab. Cut opening up again around the right eye of Ruiz.
No pushing.
Ruiz on the retreat, but landing effectively. Tough shots to the body by Holyfield. There's a big left hook, but that was partially blocked by Ruiz's forearm.
Yeah, Ruiz is covering. There's a big right hand. But what he's doing is he's firing and ducking.
Now Holyfield sticking the jab, overhand right that scores by Ruiz. Ruiz is the aggressor. But there's a big left hook by Holyfield, followed by a right hand and another left hook. But back comes Ruiz. And now Holyfield sticking the jab. Back comes Ruiz with the left jab.
Ruiz's jab will have won this fight if he does get the decision, if he doesn't get knocked out.
The right uppercut, but raising. Combination to the head. Ruiz then playing a little possum, comes back.
He comes back, and both of these fighters right now are at a fatigue point, and the fatigue is becoming a factor.
They'll both be happy to hear the bell. Ruiz looking very sharp here, a lot of movement. And he finally throws. Holyfield not doing anything, and he needs to desperately. What is he waiting for? Being pushed back by that effective Ruiz jab.
When I fought him, Steve.
Good night. Halfway through the final round. John Ruiz may be a minute 20 and counting away from being a heavyweight champion.
Holy's trying. You can see him swinging hard and trying. John Ruiz just trying to put his head down and get out of harm's way. A little over a minute left.
How many people outside Chelsea Mass? No. Is he calling it a knockdown?
No.
No. He waved it off.
A little elbow forearm right in the nose.
Ruiz hanging tough against the onslaught of Holyfield. 25 seconds. What a sense of urgency for Holyfield. He's got to put Ruiz away, seemingly to win the fight.
Holyfield won the last round, Steve, but that's it.
It is all over.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing here in Paris, Las Vegas, we go to the scorecards. We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Fernando Viso, scores the bout 116 to 112. Judges Dwayne Ford and Dave Moretti both score the bout 114 to 113. All three in favor of the winner. And now the four-time heavyweight champion of the world, Evander, the real deal, Holyfield.
Incredulous, absurd, ridiculous.
Steve, I always talk about agendas. No better a picture can be painted for an agenda than Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, for the trilogy to be completed.
Ain't nobody can stop us.
That was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
What a stinker of a decision.
Four-time world champion. Okay.
A stinker would be an upgrade. I'm sorry.
John Ruiz getting robbed in Las Vegas. Highway robbery. As he makes his way back to the dressing room. In the people's eyes, he's the winner.
We're underway. Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson for the heavyweight championship of the world. Tyson attacking Lewis, and Lewis unveils the quick left hook. And Tyson, Eddie Cotton, 6'5", 250 pounds.
You better fight Tyson. You better fight him. You better fight him good. About it, go hard. Then hard for him to stop doing because Emmanuel Stewart has given Lewis instructions.
With a big right uppercut.
Push Tyson away that time. That's what you got to do.
Trying to figure out a way to get in.
Also for the second time in this round.
Making some solid shots so far.
He's allowing Lennox Lewis to just move around the ring and do whatever he wants. Starts working on the back when a guy keeps leaning on you. Whoa! Music by Tyson.
Tyson comes up with a... 4-3. Okay, friend. 29-28. 2 rounds to 1.
Point in the fight. The bad boy of boxing is getting spanked by Lennox Lewis. But he is always dangerous.
Pushing Tyson back. Leaning on Tyson. And right now, firing that right cross. That no matter what, Ronnie Shields spent 8 weeks teaching my instincts. And we see less bobbing and weaving.
He is a dangerous puncher.
Lewis leads on Tyson. Connects with a right hand. In the 4th round, Tyson 5 of 27 away.
Kinds of calls from Eddie Cotton. A lot of people looking at him and pecking him.
For opportunities to set up his right.
I know. To do something.
Lewis, another strong overhead. Tyson in his 6th.
Is that so far? It's
clearly the aggressor inside the ring.
Those right hands. Lewis keeps that up. That fight is gone.
Again. You understand? Not many people can do that. You understand? Had a knockout past the 7th round. Lennox Lewis, triple Mike Tyson. Lewis unloaded. Lennox Lewis trying to finish.
Highly motivated to come into this fight, hoping that this fight would
not hard. No, you can't take that from him.
Big right hand from Lewis. Lennox Lewis cements his.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing green and officially weighing in at 224 pounds. His professional record stands at 43 victories, including 34 knockouts, with 2 losses and a draw, and 3 world titles. Fighting out of Detroit, Michigan, here is the former light heavyweight world champion and former 2-time heavyweight champion of the world, Michael Moore. out of the red corner, wearing black trimmed with white, and officially weighing 243 pounds. He brings an outstanding professional record to the ring, consisting of 40 victories, including 35 knockouts, with only 3 defeats. From South Auckland, New Zealand, currently rated by all as one of the best heavyweights in the world, the tour man, David Tua.
Take the beads off. Okay, gentlemen, you've both received your pre-fight instructions. I expect a clean break at all times. I'm looking forward to a nice, clean contest. Protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to both of you. Shake hands.
Emmanuel, is it possible for heavyweights to give us a Gaddy versus a Ward?
Yeah,
or a Morales versus a Barrera, or do they hit too hard?
Yeah, but it can happen. You know, don't forget Michael Moore has been in one of those with Bert Cooper, and also Tua has been in a few of them himself too. I think one of the fights, I think, when he fought with Izod and also Abiyabuchi.
The Abiyabuchi fight was unbelievable.
Yeah, they've both been in those type fights.
On the other hand, this could become a chess match if Moore is able to box for 36 minutes, or for 30 minutes, I should say. Scheduled for 10, not for 12. David Tua gets in 2 body punches early. Moore, and down goes Moore.
He's not moving at all. It's over with.
There's a 30-second knockout right there. And that's what makes David Tua David Tua.
Well, and also, Jim, it was the body punches that made it happen.
Absolutely.
And body punches is something we never used to see David Tua throw. He was so left hook conscious, thinking that he would always get the left hook in, that he didn't work on his other stuff. That was what was impressive about that knockout.
He's throwing his right hand a lot more and more confident, but Moore bent down instead of moving around and then right into the power, and Tua came out and started to punch him. Very busy, didn't waste any time at all.
Roy Jones has got an advantage because he's making the big man wait. You don't wait for a little guy. Jones, when you can see Jones have that much time and nothing.
Solid left hook. And Ruiz comes back with his own left hook and lands the first big right hand. And Jones lands a left in return. And they're fighting in the center of the ring. Big right hand by Jones.
That hurt Ruiz behind the referee. When he says break, he steps behind the referee, which is extremely smart.
His advantages are supposed to be those of a heavyweight.
If ever he should be fighting like a heavyweight, it's right now. No time.
Those might be the 3 best jabs I've ever seen Roy Jones.
Sitting there watching and waiting for something good to happen.
And he gets caught with a right hand right on the button. And Jones hits him with the left hook and ducks the right. There's a solid right cross by Jones. Ruiz. Ooh! He stunned him with that. He stunned him with that.
Ruiz walked into a right hand punch as he hits him with a clean right hand.
Turn into a typical Roy Jones fight, but Ruiz still's got the power. You can't play around with him. Ooh, body shots by Roy Jones.
We've twice seen him knock men out with body shots.
It looks like Jones is starting to fight more like the big man than Ruiz.
Jones busting Ruiz with a left hook. And another right cross. Roy mocking Ruiz in there. Ruiz not pressuring him, not making him fight at a pace that might wear him down. Left hook lands for Jones.
He's trying to be quicker than the faster man. You can't do it.
Straight right hand landed for Jones.
Jack O'Neal, he's around here someplace.
Straight right hand lands flush for Jones. Hot shotting.
Scintillating action fight, but there is drama.
Right hand lead by Roy Jones. That hurt.
Starts to do what he wants to do. And Jones punches him away. There was a hard right hand by Ruiz.
2 feet from the ropes, Ruiz.
Hard right hand by Jones.
Blood from Ruiz's nose now dripping on something out of an oil painting.
But Ruiz has been in this boat before.
And not only that, when a fighter does this, it creates a picture in the minds of the judges as well as the fans that one guy is landing the clean punches, the other guy is lunging.
A good shot right to the chest by Ruiz.
Shots just like Larry Baldus, doing all the punching.
Uppercut missed again. Left hook landed. Right hand landed. Jones. Right hand by Jones snapped Ruiz. Gives Jones a chance to get back to the center of the ring. Drives Ruiz to get back again with the right hand. Ruiz had some moments in the first minute of this round, but Jones has regained command with the speed of his hands.
The left jab tonight. We've never seen Roy Jones go back to the left jab.
And now back into the corner and onto the ropes. But only 10 seconds.
To give him a chance as a fighter who's given his
Roy
best.
Jones win this fight,
and he dominated the fight.
Joining boxing's elite, the new WBA heavyweight champion of the world, Roy Jones Jr.
Okay, the belly button's the demarcation line. The such gloves will go to work. Good luck.
James Toney is a very good defensive fighter, but the way you beat him is you do throw that hook, and there it is. Holyfield knows what to do, and he's doing it here in this round.
On the inside, a very effective left hook by Holyfield.
Their last fight threw many arm punches.
Very rough on the inside, accused by many of using left house tactics.
Right-handed, you don't normally land that against Toney.
And Holyfield is picking off shots defensively by Toney. A very good first round for the legendary Holyfield, who just made Toney buckle with a body shot just before the bell. Since that big first round, nice.
Doing enough to steal this round.
Holyfield missing, but he got him on the inside with a left hook uppercut.
James Toney had his moments, a lot of moments in that last round, actually. And you're not supposed to be able to hook with a left hook. That's what he's trying to do now. Tony's not getting hit with any counter punches. He's actually landing a few of his own, including that beautiful left hook on the inside.
Toney acknowledging something that we are told in trying to indicate to the judge that he hit Evander Holyfield. He's working the judges. Toney unleashing a right.
Let go, one hold.
He may have hurt Holyfield.
Combination, the left hook, effective on Holyfield's head.
Look how low Holyfield's hand is, Steve.
Toney continues to have success here. It might be affecting him negatively, you're right. And when you're almost 41 years old, those problems can crop up in a second. Back comes Holyfield.
Well, now it's what we thought it was going to be, isn't it?
It's a slugfest.
The defense of Toney right now is excellent, though.
The war on October 4 living up to its billing now. Crisp left hooks, 3 in a row unanswered. A right uppercut on the chin. And Toney is getting off first. There's a big overhand right to the chin, a left hook. All of a sudden seems to have Holyfield in his pocket. Oh, what a heavy right hand showing the chin of Holyfield. Big shot by Toney. Another
Holyfield, when he's on the inside here, should be taking that step to the left. Mick shows that he's in control of this fight. That is it right now.
Defying, don't hook with a hooker. Is James. Beautiful combination.
he's in the wrong position. He can't get that hook in. Now he moves for left. The right hand. And the combinations from James Toney. One of the keys to victory. He had to throw more than one punch at a time. He's doing it. He said Holyfield's, oh my God, he sticks his tongue out at Evander Holyfield. You know, after a textbook for
Body shot by Toney, and you saw the reaction.
Broadcast 15 or 20 James Toney fights. You got to get to your left and rip punches. The combination punching by Toney is simply too much right now for Holyfield. Talking to the judge and saying, hey, I landed that shot, and then watch, I'm going to land some more. I mean, that's bravado like you wouldn't expect to see in this fight. The right hand's been a very important weapon for Toney, and look how he slipped stamina and all the rest of it for Holyfield to change his game plan. He may have to feel, and it may be that he's going to have to land something that hurts James Toney.
Toney is so bubbling with confidence right now. He strutted back to his corner. And through 6, they've got Toney up a couple of points.
I have Toney ahead by not enough punches coming from Evander Holyfield. And we don't know at this juncture if he can hurt Toney with a big shot.
Toney just too fast.
James, beautiful, beautiful. Get that. It's a win. Keep turning this guy for me, okay? All right?
That even a loss tonight. Big right hand by Holyfield out of nowhere. Countering right hand.
It's fascinating. It's as if a light switch came on, and even though he hasn't lost since 1997, Toney hasn't performed well.
Now he's getting really cute. He's got to be careful sticking out his left arm. There's a little trickle of blood from the lower lip of Evander Holyfield. As Toney continues to press forward, Holyfield trying to escape the ropes, which he does.
It's one of the most poignant moments I remember in a boxing corner in a long time. And let's see what happens.
Telling Evander Holyfield, you continue to get hit by these right hands, which you just got hit by again. There it is again. Oh, there's a short left hook. Another one by Holyfield. Oh, he's trying.
He's hitting him with hooks. Now, they're partially blocked, and that's not hurting James Toney.
He's going for it all here. He's throwing it on. Turnaround, Holyfield. He knows.
That was what he had, and for the first time, you saw him hold on. This fight could be moments, or at least a minute or two away from ending. Yes?
We may be seeing the end of an era. It's going to be ruled a knockdown.
4, 5, you okay? 6, are you all right? 7, you sure you're okay? Come to me. 8.
And I think they've thrown in the towel. Don Turner has thrown in the towel. No disagreement whatsoever from referee Jay Nady.
James, congratulations on the fight tonight. Were you simply just too quick and too fast for Evander Holyfield?
I'm too quick and too fast for anybody stepping in the ring with me as a heavyweight. That's the bottom line. You know, Jim, I don't know why you come up here. Don't come up here and try to give me no badass questions, try to degrade me. I would think the man was still.
Question's legitimate. Were you too quick?
Evander Holyfield was a great fighter. Don't diminish that at any time. Holyfield's a great warrior. He came to fight. Bottom line.
Did he ever hurt you?
Who's next? I got milk, baby. Who's next? My mom, Sherry, Uncle Larry. Oh, everybody love y'all.
Did he ever hurt you at any point tonight?
Bob Scott. No, he ain't never hurt me, man. I'm indestructible. Don't forget that when I'm ready, I'm indestructible, baby. I'll fight anybody out there anywhere, anytime. Next! Next! Who's next? Detroit, baby. Detroit. I don't care. Whoever Dan Goosalano, that's who I'm knocking over next. Bottom line, Goose and Tudor, we're #1. We're taking over the thing. You know that? Hey, my talent speaks for itself. I ain't got to answer nobody else's question. I'm going home. We're going to have a party. Oh, we're going to have a party. Everybody dollar me. If they don't want to respect me, fuck them.
You got your respect.
Excuse me.
You got your respect now.
You know, I don't want no respect. They ain't going to respect me. Bottom line, Goose and Tudor, Evander Holyfield's a great fighter. Hey, I watched him when I was a kid. I love the guy, but I had to do what I had to do. That's what I get paid to do. Bottom line, Detroit in the house. Emmanuel Stewart,
James,
I got your message, baby.
Let's try and have
Let's
try and have a decent interview and a conversation here. Hold on a second here. Come on, let's go over to Evander Holyfield.
32 victories, including 31 knockouts, with only 1 defeat. Tonight, he comes to the ring prepared to step through the threshold of greatness. From Kiev, Ukraine, the fighter with a PhD, the #1 ranked heavyweight contender in the world, the former WBO World Heavyweight Champion, Dr. Iron Fist Vitaly knockouts against 2 defeats with 1 draw. London, England, the linear, legitimate, universally recognized, undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox
strategisch mit Kalkül. Da ein gern angenommenes Ziel. Lässt, denn er schlägt einen ganz hervorragenden Aufwärtshaken. Und erste gute Aktion von Vitaly. Gute Aktion von Vitaly. Bisschen nervös wirkt. Zum ersten Mal steht er mit so einem Kracher hier im Ring. Was für eine erste Runde. Hier nochmal den Treffer zu sehen. 2 gute. Also Sie haben es gehört. Guter Jab von Lennox Lewis. Es ist ein ganz starker Schlag von ihm. Und gute Aktion von Vitali Klitschko. Die Rechte ans Kinn. Und Lennox Lewis trägt nach vorne. Gute Rechte von Vitali Klitschko. Lennox Lewis ist beeindruckt. Das war ein Wirkungstreffer. Er versucht zu klammern. Er muss nachsetzen. Vitali Klitschko. Schauen Sie, der Weltmeister taumelt. Die zweite Runde. Und Vorsicht. Reingelaufen. Er muss auf seine Deckung achten. Vitali Klitschko. Was für ein Schlagabtausch in dieser zweiten Runde. Was ist das nur für ein Kampf zwischen Lennox Lewis und Vitali Klitschko? Und erneut die Rechte, aber nicht präzise genug. Aber beide haben auch ordentlich ausgeteilt. Wer hat die bessere Physis? Gute Linke von Klitschko. Schöner Haken. Und Lewis versucht auszuweichen und kommt trotzdem wieder nach vorne. Was war das für eine zweite Runde? Unglaublich. Hier die schöne Rechte noch einmal zu sehen. Und damit hat er 31 Mal schon seine Gegner bislang in der Karriere zu Boden geschickt. Das hätte durchaus sein können für den Weltmeister. Diese Rechte von Vitali Klitschko. Und Lennox Lewis versucht jetzt hier sofort Druck zu machen. Gute Linke von Vitali. Er muss nachsetzen. Er hat so eine starke, eine überragende Physis. Und die am linken Auge. Und beide suchen das vorzeitige Ende. Er versucht alles. Und beide machen auf mich nach dieser dritten Runde den Eindruck, als wenn sie schon stehen K.O. seien. Augenbraue. Das ist ein großer Nachteil, zweifelsohne. Und nicht angezeigt hier kam die Verletzung zustande, nicht genau zu erkennen. Nicht geahndet und gesehen vom Ringrichter Lou Moretz. Wir sind in der vierten Runde. Und Lewis attackiert sofort den Herausforderer Vitali Klitschko. Und beide liegen am Boden. Klitschko soll die Linke, davon darf man sich nicht beeindrucken lassen. Das Ende der vierten Runde. Und gleich geht's in die fünfte Runde. Zweifelsohne. Die Cut-Verletzung ist ein dickes Minus für den Herausforderer, für Vitali Klitschko. Lewis macht auf mich nicht mehr den frischsten Eindruck. Vorsicht vor dem rechten Aufwärtshaken zu klammern, denn das ist eine starke Waffe. Der linke Haken an den Kopf. Sucht den einen Eins, nicht nur weil er blutet. Und ist noch anzumerken, dass die Kraft nachlässt. Und Lewis landen, um hier dieses Duell zu entscheiden. Von Klitschko zu platzieren. Gute Rechte von Lewis. Und für HBO diesen Fight kommentiert die linke Seite, die Gesichtshälfte von Vitali Klitschko. Gute Rechte von Vitali Klitschko. Entscheiden und die große Sensation hier heute Abend in Los Angeles zu landen. Und starker Auswärtshaken von Lennox Lewis. Was für ein Schlag ans Kinn von Vitali Klitschko. Dass er da nicht in die Knie geht, ist schon eine Sensation. Lewis jetzt ganz klar im Vorteil. Lewis. Er kämpft verzweifelt um den WM-Gürtel. In einer echt 116 Kilo Lewis. Knapp 113. Klitschko, der schon wieder einen Aufwärtshaken einstecken muss. Der Kampf wird gestoppt. Der Kampf wird gestoppt. Lou Muret hat auf den Ringarzt gehört, der bei Klitschko in der Ecke war. Klitschko ist wütend. Er wollte weiterboxen, aber der Arzt sagt, das war's. Die Gesundheit eines Boxers muss vorgehen. Prüfen müssen, ob der Arzt überhaupt in der Ecke bei Klitschko war, der sich hier jetzt als Sieger feiern lassen will. Lennox Lewis wird ausgebuht und Sie sehen's. Er wird als der Held, als der Champion gefeiert. Dr. Vitali Klitschko. Und hier werden schon die Highlights aus dem Kampf eingespielt. Aber der Kampf ist zu Ende. Und Klitschko verlässt als Verlierer den Ring, auch wenn er sich als Sieger fühlt. Aber der Ringrichter hat den Kampf zugunsten des Weltmeisters beendet. Und ich denke, wegen der schweren Verletzungen im Augenlid von Klitschko und dem schweren Cut in der linken Gesichtshälfte, den Schwellungen, im Interesse der Gesundheit also. Das ist natürlich hart und schwer zu begreifen.
Winner, officially at the end of 6 rounds by TKO victory and still heavyweight champion of the world.
As you take a look at the tail of the tape, it'll tell you a couple of things. Mike Tyson is 3 inches shorter. He's 3 pounds heavier. He's 4 years older than Clifford ATN. And he has a 2.5-inch shorter reach. He's coming off that loss last June to Lennox Lewis. You take a look at the rules, the 10-point must scoring system. There is a standing 8 count. There is a 3 knockdown rule. And a fighter can be saved by the bell in the last round only. Only the referee can stop a fight. These are the local rules of boxing here. Boy, how about that? Mike Tyson, before the seats got warm, just nailed him with the right hand. Now, Jim Gray is right in there with him. We're going to pick this interview up. As soon as Jim has Mike. That's Jim there as you see him, and he'll grab Mike as soon as.
That's how we get right.
You got to tell him more about this match. Buddy McGurk.
Thank you, buddy.
Love you, man. God bless you, man. Yeah, Mike.
Come a long way.
I'm trying, sir.
You're still doing it.
Since I'm 14.
Mike, Clifford Etienne pulled you aside, Mike, and he said something to you in your ear that nobody could hear. What exactly was it that he said?
To be honest, he said you need to stop bullshitting and be serious. You're not serious. That's why you out here playing around. He said the truth.
And he is right, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I'm just happy to be back in Memphis and give a decent showing. I'm glad Brother Clifford gave me a fight. And people don't understand the business when you show your love and respect when you fight one another, because that's how we elevate our lifestyle. We take care of our fighters, our family. So we can't say, hey, I'm scared to fight anybody. And closely, we're both Muslim, we're brothers. We owe each other to fight each other, to elevate our life.
Mike, were you really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
You did that in sparring?
No, I did it by a motorcycle accident. The doctor discovered it. I was doing my sit-ups, 2,500 a day with my 20-pound weight, and one day I couldn't move anymore. And I asked the doctor, what's wrong? And he said, believe it or not, it's wearing your back is broken slightly.
So are you in pain right now? Did you take some type of injection, or how did you make it to this fight?
I can't take injection. You know they're going to test me, but all praise be to Allah. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm just happy that I'm fighting and I punch him well and accurate. That my trainer Freddie Roach, Robert Lewis. Oh God, I'm sorry. Tyrone
Were
Bowe.
you ready for this fight, Mike? I mean, your trainer advised you 4 days, Freddie, before the fight, not to fight. Were you ready?
No, but I'm obligated, and got to be a man and fight. I canceled too many fights in my career, and I wasn't afraid. I didn't want anybody to think I was afraid. And he needed the money. I'm always in need of money, and I'm glad the both of us did. I have so much respect for him as a man. You know, he's a good man. I respect him, and he's a friend of mine. And I realized when Sugar Ray Robinson and Henry Armstrong fought, and that was Robinson's hero, Henry Armstrong went up to him and said, if you're my friend and you care and remind me, you would fight me. You know I need money. And that's how it is with fighters. Fighters should understand that. Don't say you don't want to fight. And when a man says he doesn't want to fight you, that's disrespecting you because he knows you need you to make a living.
You both needed each other in this instance, Mike. Let's take a look, if we can, here at this fight. Tell us exactly what happened as the slip at the beginning, and then you two embraced and went down.
Boom. I'm a little rusty. I'm missing. I'm not moving my head. He hit me with, I believe, a slight left hook on my eye.
Is that what caused the cut, Mike? Is that what caused the cut above your eye?
I believe so. The left hook, he hit me, yes.
Oh, he did hit you?
Yes, he did.
Let's take a look now at the slip once again, and then we'll take a look at the knockout. Here it is.
I'm setting him up. I'm looking at it. I think this is when we were pushing, though.
That was when he was hurt.
I pulled him down. He didn't push me. I pulled him down.
But he was hurt from that first punch. Now we go here.
Hurt, but I know he was pushing me, so I
tell us about the right here.
Down.
Okay, and here's the knockout.
I'm trying to keep my hands up. I'm moving. I'm trying to get to the side and look for the opening. And I see it.
Here it is.
Approach was working.
Now you've hit a lot of people, Mike, and I know it may be a little quick to estimate this. Have you hit anybody harder than that?
Well, I don't know. No one gotten hurt. Good luck. What about you?
Maybe already he feels like this is a different thing, but Sanders lands a left and now lands a quick right over the top. Vitali trying to hook, pin jabs, and was the case last year for an younger brother. Hard left hand, staggers Vitali. Vitali Klitschko staggered by a Sanders left. Vitali trying to hold on as Sanders tries to follow up. 10 seconds to go in the round. And it's not going to be called a knockdown.
Landing that short, hard left hand. From another angle, same punch.
Straight right hand lands flush for Vitali. Out here, the reach advantage comes into play. And the right hand
that he is doing depends on one punch.
And
Sanders having to reach a little farther now. There's the hard left hand by Sanders. Big left hand from Sanders. Stuns Vitali. Klitschko backing up in trouble. Gets hit again. Last minute of the third round. Hard right hand by Vitali Klitschko. Another one. Sanders takes them both pretty well. Third straight right hand. He steps away before Sanders can set the left. Two more. Sanders misses with the big left. Vitali pounds him twice with the right hand. And some lefts. Big right hand by Klitschko.
Whoa! He depends a lot on his natural ability.
And Sanders was finally the one who said yes for $125 grand. Best deal he ever made. Three bashing power shots by Vitali. Big right hand lands for Klitschko.
Sanders is hurt.
He wobbled on that one. Vitali's trying to put his man down. Sanders wobbles with 10 seconds left in the round. Referee watching closely. Looks like Corey's going to make it out of the round, but none the better for wear. Big shots down the stretch.
Get to his opponent. He could change the fight.
Sanders gets in a left. He's trying to stem the tide with his right hand. Puts him straight. Oh, big left hand knocks Vitali back. What a comeback it would be for Sanders if he came back and won the fight after what happened in the last round. Big right hand by Klitschko. Sanders still coming. Neither of those landed as cleanly as the first. Big left hand swing by Sanders.
He really didn't have the energy to follow up on it because Klitschko was smart enough to go on the defensive and pull himself together so he could land punches like that. Fighting in Los Angeles.
Of course. Vitali Klitschko just trying to stay out of the way and land enough combinations to wear this man down. Vitali shows you a little variety as he goes upstairs, then back to the body. Sanders tries two more big sweeps. Corey Sanders is having to walk through a lot of stuff here to try to get close to throw something. And now these lefts are not straight lefts, but roundhouses. And just as I say that,
now he's throws the right for the first time in the fight. It seems Sanders a couple of meaningful right hands.
And they're trading big time again. Just when I said the action had slowed, now they're trading power shots. Left hook lands. Right hand lands. What a show of courage by Corey Sanders. Sanders flailing like a drunken sailor there.
He's ready to go, Jim.
And Vitali Klitschko is going to try to finish it. A show of courage by Corey Sanders.
What keeps him up? That's it.
Finally, the referee rescues Sanders. Finally, in the eighth round, Corey Sanders' left hand was no longer really rocking Vitali Klitschko. And as Klitschko realized that Sanders had completely run out of gas, he cornered him against the ropes and began systematically to break him up. And at that point, California referee John Shoro stepped in and said, enough.
The winner by knockout victory, and now the WBC heavyweight champion of the world, Vitali Dr. Iron Fist Klitschko.
Klitschko. First big shot of the night is... And in the center of the ring, his sheer size is an advantage. Body shot by Peter. There's a big left hook by Peter. And Vladimir Klitschko grabs and holds. First big shot of the night for the Nigerian Nightmare. Regarded as a huge puncher, Klitschko survived it.
Here's the punch at the end of the round. Left hook. Good punch. Good. Right hand. Let's go.
Around here, so the boxing match is over. As George Foreman has pointed out, now it's going to be a war. Two big right hands from Klitschko in the center of the ring. And of course, Peter wants to compete. It's a right hand free-for-all now as Peter has more and more difficulty seeing it coming. Vladimir Klitschko is landing a straight right hand, more or less at will. So big, should really mix it up. I think there he goes again. Hit the guy 5 shots and ran for one. Peter's mouth. He lands the right hand across the top. Vladimir Klitschko's hurt. The right hand. Neither man goes down.
This is a moment of truth for Klitschko.
Third knockdown of the fight for Peter. And this is what happens to Vladimir. His legs go weak.
You good? Want to fight? Oh! Too close. That was just too close.
But another 2-point round for Peter. Narrows the scorecards again.
One more, buddy. One more round, Samuel.
3 minutes to define future identity in the heavyweight division.
Who would have imagined Klitschko trying to do him up?
A boxing match with fireworks ends in drama.
I didn't think anyone could talk too early in my match, but this was a wonderful night.
Lynn Carter, Steve Weisfeld, and George Hill scored the bout identically, 114 to 111 to the winner, the Steel Hammer, Vladimir